Hello guys, today in this video I will tell you this portion of the whole course that how you can code in Kotlin, and first I will show you how you can install Kotlin setup. Then I will go in details with the Kotlin syntaxes and each function, collection, object, classes, everything you can do in Kotlin. First I will show you how you can install Kotlin in your system. So I will first choose Eclipse installer. Eclipse IDE is one of the most famous IDEs available in the internet. And in Eclipse, actually Eclipse is most famous for Java development. And uh, as our Kotlin is based on Java, Kotlin is made by Java. That's why I will also choose Eclipse for the installation of your Kotlin here. So for installing Eclipse, you need to I will show you from the beginning. You have to go to Google and search as Eclipse. Then you need to go to this website eclipse.org, and you can also go directly to the download portion on this website. Here you will find basic by default download option. You can also press here, but I will show you in details. So I will press on more options, download packages. Here you can see there are 3 or 4 types of Eclipse available, like Eclipse IDE for Java development, and this is specially made for Java development, which will have inbuilt Java, Git, Maven, Gradle integration. In previous video, in the last portion, I have told you what is Gradle integration, and in that portion, I have mentioned it as a dependency, and that is Gradle dependency. And there is also similar thing called Maven dependency. They are same. They are almost same thing. And there is another Eclipse options also available for web development also. This is a pre-built version for Java and also web developers. And this file in have inbuilt with Faces, Yami, Web Services, JPA, data tools, JavaScript, and you know that JavaScript is actually the language for web development. So this package is for web development specially. And here is also some more Eclipse on C++ for DSL developers, for PHP developers. PHP is also a web development language, or PHP is also for server development. And there are more Eclipse tools here available. You don't need to go through these things. I just explain you so that it will get easier to you. Otherwise, it is not needed for you. One more thing I would like to show you, that here it is written that Eclipse 2022 and 6R version is have inbuilt with JRE for Mac and for Windows, for Linux, for everyone. It is inbuilt with JRE. What does it mean? In previous video I have told you JRE means Java Runtime Environment, and this is the core of Java development. Java languages actually runs on JRE or JDK. You can say JDK is actually inbuilt with JRE, and JRE is inbuilt with Java Virtual Machine, JVM. In previous video I have explained you these things. Again I am repeating this. Maybe you didn't watch the previous video. So you can also install JRE with your own. In previous video I have also shown that to you. Otherwise I will also show it right now. You can either enter JDK download or JRE download, and a Oracle website will come out like this. Oracle Java download. Here you will find all of the version of Java AC. AC means Java Software Environment. Java AC have inbuilt with JDK, JRE, everything. Java AC development kit. And right now the most latest one is Java 18, and Java 17 are also the most updated version. Otherwise you can also choose older versions from here, like Where is the option? Documentation, readme. Yes, Java 8, Java 11, JRE 8 server version. And also you can find all other versions available in this website. Yes, here Java archive. Here you will find Java C version C, Java 18, 17, 16, from Java 1.4, 4.2 to up to Java 18. All are available here. And the most famous ones are Java 8, Java 1.8 and Java 11. Android Studio by default using Java 11. You can change it on your own. And for Eclipse also, it will need Java environment because you can code Java in Eclipse. So by default Eclipse installer right now is inbuilt with Java runtime environment. Otherwise you can download your own version and you can set up that with Eclipse, but it is not needed, so I will not show that things to you. You can just download this Eclipse installer. I will download it. You just need to press this. You can see it is also written here the Eclipse installer JRE Windows 64. So I will just download it. You can see a pop-up have come. It has started downloading. I will just pause the video and after finishing the download I will restart it. Okay, it is the download has been finished. I will install it right now. Installation has been started. So you can see there are some options here. You just need to press the first option, Eclipse IDE for Java developers, and it will give you an option where you want to install the Java virtual machine, that is JVM or JRE, anything you can call. And here it is giving three options, Java version 18, 17 or 11. You can go with the latest one, but I will prefer JRE version 11 because you have seen in the previous video that Android Studio is by default using Java JDK version 11. I don't know why they are not updating it to Java version 18, but as they are using Java version 11, I also have explained you the reason behind this, why some IT sectors still using the old versions, as actually latest version are costly for them. It is not costly for the people like you and me because we are normal users, but as they are the business user, as a IT company using this software for business purpose, they may need to pay for it. That's why they use the old versions that are cheaper than the new versions. So I will keep it at version 11. And what this, yes, this is the option you can choose from here. Also I will keep Java version 11, and you need to tick these things. This will create a desktop shortcut in the desktop and press install. It will not take your internet because anything JRE JDK is already downloaded. It will not download again, and it is giving you an agreement paper. Just accept now, and it have started installing. It will take almost 1 minute, not more than that. Just keep patient, I will show you. So I will pause the video as it is taking too much time. The installation has been finished after a long time. Now I will launch this. After launching it, it is asking me where it will save all the programs. So I will recommend you do not keep it on the default space, because if anyhow your system is corrupted and you need to install Windows version again, or you need to install your Eclipse again, then it may also get corrupted your all projects. So I will recommend choose a new space. For doing that, I will just copy this first name. I will show you why. Then I will go to my drive D, because whenever I install my new OS, whenever I uninstall my OS or upgrade to new one, I I only need to format the drive C, the system drive, and yeah, the second drive is always safe. So I always choose my second drive to keep every important files. Here I already have one folder called workspace. You can also create your own folder as workspace, and then I will inside workspace I will create another folder as Eclipse workspace. Here I cannot do it like that. I just need to right click here, create new folder. I will name it. I will just copy what I have copied previously. I just have pasted that Eclipse workspace, and I will press enter. You just need to select this folder and click here, select folder, and you can see it is now in drive D workspace and then Eclipse workspace. And then here is the tick mark. Use this as the default and do not ask again. Just tick it and launch. Then the IDE has been started, and you can create a new project from here. File, new Java project, and you can create your new Java project, which is given extension with .java. But you may ask me that why I have shown everything till now for Java. Actually, my intention was not to show you about Java, because in our app development course, it is actually meant for Kotlin Fundamentals. But still, I have shown you for creating Java for till this point. From now, you can either create a Java, or you can also create Eclipse or in any other language file here. But before that, you need to install Kotlin in your Eclipse IDE. To do that, you need to do one more thing. Um, you need to go to Google and find Kotlin in Eclipse. Just search for it. And here it is written from Eclipse IDE's help menu, then marketplace, and then find Kotlin. So I will open Kotlin and I will go to help menu. Then you can see there is an option Eclipse marketplace. You need to go here and you need to type on this find as Kotlin. I will type it and press on go button. It will give you Kotlin plugin for Eclipse. That is the first option, and you need to press on install. It will begin installing Kotlin in your Eclipse IDE. Now you can understand why I have shown you everything till now about Java, because without installing Eclipse properly, you cannot install Kotlin in the Eclipse. First, you need to install Eclipse properly in your system. That's why, and actually, Eclipse is the first meant for Java developers. That's why I have installed Eclipse for Java version. And then I am showing you how you can install Kotlin in your Eclipse. Installation is right now on 50% stage. It is almost finished. Okay, it is finished. It is asking me to confirm. I will confirm it. Okay, it is giving some kind of errors. Cannot complete the installation because one or more required item could not be found. Missing requirement is Kotlin Eclipse UI. So I need to install Kotlin Eclipse UI. I will copy it. I will press on install mode and I will search here Kotlin Eclipse UI. Yes. Now it is only coming with one option, that is already I have installed. I don't know what is happening. I am installing again. I will just confirm it and let's see what happens. Cannot complete the installation because one or more required item could not be found. Software being installed Kotlin 1.5. Missing requirement Kotlin Eclipse UI 1.5.31. Requires OSJ bundle, but it could not be found. Cannot satisfy dependency. What can I do? It is not giving me any option to do. Let's find it here on Google. What I have copied, Kotlin Eclipse UI. Kotlin plugin for Eclipse. Okay, this is the plugin marketplace option. You can find the marketplace from here, from the application, or you can search it on the internet like this. Here is the same plugin showing, Kotlin plugin for Eclipse. I will try to install it from here. Drag to your running Eclipse workplace. Require Eclipse marketplace client. Okay, you just need to uh, hold it and drag it to your Eclipse. No, not this one. On this one. Yeah, and then confirm. Then it will start installing again. Oh no, it is still giving the error. Then what you can do is you can search for Kotlin Eclipse. I don't know why this error is coming. Maybe this this actually should not come, but this is coming. So what I will do, I will try to resolve this, and this is I am doing for the first time. That's why it is giving me errors. And don't worry, if you are doing something for the first time, it may give you any errors, any unknown errors. Then you have to solve that on your own. Maybe you have come with a new error. Just do what I am doing. You already have seen that how I troubleshoot any errors. I search it on Google and I try to solve it. You just can do anything like that. So now right now what I will do, I will try to create a new project. Maybe this is happening because my Eclipse ID is still a brand new. It is not used. So I will just use it for the first time. Maybe then in the error should may go. So I will create a Java project. I'm just showing you how you can create a Java project. It is giving you the JRE option and I will keep it on the by default JRE. And I have to give a project name. I have to give it as a demo project. You can give it any name. Add project to working sets. No, this is not required. Nothing is required. Yes, this is required. You have to take it. Create a separate folder for source and class files. That is okay. Create module.info.java file. This is also not required, but as they have selected it by default, so I will keep it here. I will just finish it. Discourage module name. Okay, it is giving me module name. I will don't create this. I have to do it again. Sorry. Give it a name as demo project. Use default location. Okay. And I need to untick this, the module info.java file. Everything is good, but still they are not giving me the finish button. I don't know what is happening. Let's see. Let's see, is there any file has been created on the location? Yes, actually demo project has been created. I will delete it and I will start from the beginning. As there was already a previous demo project file, that's why it was not giving me the option to create a new one. A project with the same name already exists. It is again giving me that. I have deleted this. I will also delete this metadata. It is not letting me delete. First I will close this Eclipse IDE. Problem occurred while trying to save. Okay. Then I will delete these files. Now it is deleted. Now again I will open Eclipse. I will try to create a new project. Give it a name as demo. I will give it the name as demo project. Yes, and I will untick this module and I will finish it. It was finished, but it is not opening. What is happening? Okay. No, this is not the case. Maybe then I should open it from here. Open project from file system, recent files, open file, open project. I will click on open project, but there is no project showing. I don't know what is happening. I will choose this option. Yes, folder already imported. Eclipse workspace. I will click on finish. Okay, now I got what is the missing thing. Actually, the project has been created. The project is not the class. The project means that is only the folder. Then what you have to do, you have to press on new again. After creating the project, you have to create a class or package. Package, you can go for package or you can go for class. I will create a Java class and it will be under demo project. You can see that it is under demo project slash src. Then package name, as package is by default, I am not giving any package. I have to give a class name. I will give the class as demo class. And you should know that in every class file name you have to start it with a capital letter. You cannot give a small letter. And I will give it at public. Make the main class as public. Super class is okay. And I will include this line in my Java class public static void main. This is the in the programming section on the previous video. I have shown you that on any coding on any language, your program will first run your main function, and that is the main function public static void main. It is the main function syntax for Java. I will finish it. It will create this. You can see that this is for the Java. The main function look like this: static public static void main, and it will include, it will take input as string argument as string. So you can write your, I will just write a print function system dot out dot printf println print system dot out dot print. Okay, print is enough. Print, and under print I will give I am Maharaj, and I will run it. To run it, you have to go on this run tab and press on run, and it will give you the option to select your class. This is the class file, and you can see in the console this is printing the output. That means the program is correct in everywhere. And I don't want to make this as a Java class. I want to make this as a Kotlin class. So this is okay. Then I will again try to go to the marketplace and install Kotlin. This is the marketplace. I will now search Kotlin again. Kotlin. And here you can see there is only uh, one option as Kotlin plugin for Eclipse. You just need to install it. Let's see that it will again give some errors or not. So you have seen that how I always try to troubleshoot any errors. In this time, whenever I didn't found anything on Google, then I tried to solve it on my own by installing or by starting a new Java class for using my IDE for the first time. But it is not working. You can see again it is giving the same error as cannot complete the processing operation. Please change your selection and try again. See below the details. Everything is ticked properly, but I don't know why. I will try it again. It is still giving me the error. uh, Now you also need to troubleshoot this like me. Just follow what I do. I will copy this thing. Cannot complete the installation because one or more item could not be found. Software being installed. This I will just copy this first line. Maybe somewhere else also have found this error. You also you if you search it on Google, maybe this error comes in cannot install Kotlin plugin. And yes, I will open it. There is an official discussion on Kotlin.language website. I just in someone also have given the error cannot installation, the same error like me. This helps get it installed, but still same issue as previous Eclipse version. No solve has been given here. I don't know why it is not working. I will go to this link. Not found. I will try and see if any other error solves has been given on the internet. Cannot complete the installation. Yes, it is again on a different thread. The same error. But also there is no solves has been given here. Okay, actually this problem are still unknown to the internet. Nobody have given any solutions to this problem. So what I will do is I will search for other Kotlin IDEs. There is one called Intellij. I think that is the Kotlin's official IDE. I will go to the official Kotlin website and see what is the others IDs available on the internet. Get started. Let's press on get started. Yes, install the latest version. No, this is for the backend app. Create your first backend application, Spring Cater. Okay, actually IntelliJ idea is their official one, official IDE they have mentioned. So I will install IntelliJ idea from here. This is IntelliJ IDE's official website, JetBrains. As Kotlin was giving me some errors, so I will try installing IntelliJ IDEA. And there is two versions. One is Ultimate. This is the paid version, and another is Community. So I will go with the Community version. I will press on download. It is actually 600 MB of size. So make sure that you have that much of internet if your connection is limited. I will press on save as, and I will save it on my this drive. This have started downloading. I will just pause the video here, and after installing it I will show you. So the file has been downloaded. I will start this file. Here is the destination location where it will get installed. It is locating on my C drive, and I have keep my C drive very small, so I will change the location, and I will just C program file brains Intellij. I will just copy this and I will browse and I will place it on D drive. And this is also can be done in a different way like this. I just need to cut this C and replace it with D and press next. And here it is giving me the option for creating desktop shortcut. Yes, I will do that. Update constant menu is not required. Create associations. It is also not required. Then press install. It will start installing. And from the previous 30 minutes, you may think that I have wasted your time, but it is not, because I have shown you a different IDE, how to install Eclipse, and also you have learned how you can create your first Java project here. And you know Kotlin is built on Java, and Kotlin is also run with JVM, Java Virtual Machine. So actually Eclipse can also be used for Kotlin, but as there was giving some errors, that's why I'm again installing Intellij, Eclipse officially mentioned IDE. Here it will not give any errors, but all this previous time you have learned how to install Eclipse, how to use Eclipse, how to create your first project, first Java project in Eclipse. So that was it. And now it is time for running the Intellij. Run Intellij, press on run Intellij and finish it. It will give you some terms, just don't read it, just confirm it and continue. And you can either press don't send or send anonymous. This is not a problem. I will press on send anonymous statistics. Okay. Now you can create a new project from here, or if you have any project previously in your computer, you can open that from here. I will create a new project. Here you have to give the project name. I will again give it as demo project, and here you have to choose the location. And for first I will see IDEA projects. So I will open it. I will You can see that this is by default saving in C drive. Again I will tell you that you can, and I recommend you to change it to D drive, as if anyhow you have to change your OS or format your C drive, then every files will be kept safely in your D drive. So I have created a folder in my D drive, and here is a workplace for Eclipse. I will create another workplace here in D drive. Just right click on workplace and create a new directory and give it a name as it was IDEA projects, and I will select it and press OK. Now you can see this is how it should look. And JDK, okay, you already know what is JDK. And I have shown you that Android Studio by default install their own JDK. They installed their JDK version 11, and I also have shown you that Eclipse also installed their own JDK. They also installed a JDK with their main package file. But this Intellij, they don't do that. So you either have to download a new JDK, which already I have shown you from oracle.com. Also you can look at your those JDKs which is installed by this Eclipse or by Android Studio. But what I will do, I will not use those JDKs installed by Eclipse or Android Studio. I will download a new JDK, and this time I will not download this from Oracle. I will download it from a different website to just for making you learn about that thing. Else you can download JDK from Oracle. I will again show you a small. You can download it from here. Here from here you can download Java AC. Here is the versions for Windows. From here you can install that x64 installer. But I will not download this thing right now. To make you learn about something new, I will show you something called OpenJDK. That is actually not given by Oracle. I will show you. OpenJDK is something that is a open source JDK version, and if you make any project with OpenJDK, the thing will be completely licensed. You don't need to, you will not get in any trouble later that you are using something illegally, because this is open source and you can use it anywhere to make anything. So here is the option, download latest open source JDK. Sorry, there is JDK version 18. I think this is not the website I am looking for. The website I am looking for is adopt openjdk.net. Just note it down or you can search it on Google. This is the OpenJDK website. From here the download option will be easier. And here you can see these options. Choose a version. You can go with the latest on 16, but I have already showed you that Android Studio use version 11, and I have told you the reason behind that. That one reason was that latest version sometimes do not are in free. They are not licensed and free for business purpose. So that's why those IT sectors, they use old version like this 8 or 11 or Java 1.8. But there is another reason, that is the LTS. LTS's full form is long-term support. That means this, and this OpenJDK version 11, this is the latest one. You can see that the previous long-term support was JDK 8, and JDK 16 or 18, those are the latest Android, Java JDK, but they do not have this LTS mentioned. That means that is not on long-term support. From the word long-term support, you can understand that the brand or the Java company, they will give update on this version. For long-term support gives you the update for 10 years. It will keep on version 11, and for 10 more years it will give update on any errors on this version. So that is why it is also maybe a reason that Android Studio and all these Eclipse, etc. They use they use JDK version 11, not OpenJDK. But I will show you how to download OpenJDK, because this is a free open source JDK version, and this is not made by Oracle. Actually, this is not given by Oracle. This is the open source version, and you can also download it from Oracle's own website. But I'm not recommending anything. You can either use that, or you can or use this thing. Both are optional. I'm just showing you so that you can learn. So I will choose OpenJDK version 11, as this is the latest LTS version, and I will keep it at hotspot, the JVM, and you need to then press on this button. This will give you some options like for Linux, Mac, Windows. I will go for Windows, and this is 64-bit version. And this is one is .msi, another one is .zip. I always recommend you to install with some installer. Zip files are not installer, they are actually archive files. That means you have to extract it extract this and you have to paste it somewhere. So that is some archive files. That is something different. That is like some folder actually. They have just uploaded the folder here with the zip version. But .msi or .exe, those are executable files. So I always recommend you either install .exe or .msi, these extensions. I will save it on my this drive. This is actually a pen drive. You can see it have started downloading. I will again pause the video for some minute, and after finishing the download I will come back. You can see the download has been finished. Just run it. This is giving you the option to it is automatically adding the path, and there's two optional options like Java home variable, and I will also enable it. This is optional and it is not something you need to learn right now. Enter feature will be installed on local hard drive, will be installed on local hard, will be installed Java soft Oracle registry keys. This is not required. After enabling all these three things, just press next and press install. It is finished installing. It didn't give me any option that where will I install it. Let's check where it is installed. I will open that installer again to see where it is installed actually. It is not showing me where it is installed actually. I will try to find it manually. Oh, sorry. I actually missed this position. After enabling this, then again pressing this, you can see the location here. This is located in C drive. Again, I will change this and I will just okay. Here it is written that it is actually made by Eclipse. That is not a problem. I will just press this drive letter to D, and now it will get installed in my D drive. Just press next and then install. This time it will get downloaded in my D drive. I will show you. First I have to finish this and going to D drive, program files, then Eclipse Optimum JDK version 11. Yes, this is the folder. From here now come to the Intellij software. Now here from here you need to press on add JDK and go to your D drive or wherever you place it. Then program files, then Eclipse Optimum, and don't press on bin or config or anything like that. Just press on this uh, folder the main folder, and press OK. And this, you can see that it have taken the input as Tamarind version 11, and that is all. There is some advanced settings. All my projects are actually located to D drive automatically as I place this location in D drive. So the advanced setting is not required. Now press on create. Now the project has been created. Now what you have to do, you have to create new class file. There is two kind of class you can see, Java class or Kotlin class. You again can create Java class here. What I already have shown you how you can create the Java class in Eclipse. And as Kotlin is made by Java, so that's why there is two options. You can either create Java or Kotlin, and you can also create both in a same package. You can use a Kotlin class, and also you can use a Java class. Both will be supported with each other because Kotlin is also a Java class actually. Kotlin is just made by Java. So as I am showing you how to create a Kotlin class, so I will press on Kotlin and I will give it a name as demo class. It is creating some files. You need to wait a little. Don't press this cancel button. Mic test. Okay, the class files have been created. You can see the extension as democlass.kt. That means it is on Kotlin. Now I will show you that what Kotlin coding is. I will remove all of these tabs, and you need to go to Kotlin's official website. To going to official website, you need to come to Google and search Kotlin. From the first result, you will find kotlinlanguage.org. My internet is a little bit slow right now. That's why it is still opening. You can also create Kotlin. You can also run Kotlin on internet IDEs. There is a option here on the right side. I will show on this tab. There is option on the right side as play. From play, you have to press on playground. I already have shown you this thing in previous video. It is the online IDE for Kotlin, and you need to select JVM from here. And this is Kotlin version. You can either select this latest version or keep it as it is. From here, you can code in online. If you are coding just for learning, then you can use this online IDE. But if you are creating Kotlin, any Kotlin class for a particular project, for an important project, then I will recommend you not use this online IDE. In that case, you need to use any either Intellij or this Eclipse. If Eclipse is running on your PC properly, if the error is not coming in your computer, then you can also use Eclipse. Otherwise, you can install this Intellij. Now, if I copy this code from here, no, you have to copy this whole function. And to run it, you have to press on this run tab and press run and select this. And it is telling me to create a run configuration, but I will just press this run. I don't know why nothing is showing. I think I need to create a new run configuration. Add a new configuration. You have to press here and you need to select Kotlin as you want to run a Kotlin. So you can give this configuration a name. I will give it a config, Kotlin config. That is okay. In the GRE section, you can select this default, or you can select this one, which we have shown previously. And I think you don't need to give this main class. Just click on apply and it has been created. Oh, it is giving me error that no main class specified. So you have to give the main class. You have to click on this project, and this is the main class, demo class. But this is not giving me the option to press error. Okay. Class, demo class. You already, if you know Java development, then you know that the class file, I think it should be public. Otherwise, as it is showing in dark color, that means by default it was taken as public. Remove redundant public modifier. Yes, that means it has already been taken as public. Now again I will try to run it. Run Kotlin config or press run. Yes, I will run on this. But it is again giving me that no main class specified. Just wait a second. I will figure it out and I will explain it to you. I think the error is coming because they have given some wrong syntax as the class written it should not be written as like this. It will only need to, as the class is already mentioned, then I think we just need to mention the main function, and I think the main function is it. And then if I try to run it, yes, then you can see I will delete this. I will delete this Kotlin config which I have created. It is not giving me the deleting option. Where can I do? Yes, like this, pressing this minus button, this will be removed and apply. And now if I try to run it, then you can see that file was deleted, and by default it is showing me that this class demo class KT, and this is the main class. In previous video I also have told you that in your project there should be a main class, and in your each class there should be a main file, and if you there should be a main function. It will by default run this main function, and you have to press that and it will start building. You can see a green dot here, that means it is building. And see, after building it, it is, in previous video I have told you what is a loop, and it is actually a loop, and it is, as it is a loop and I have given true here in the condition on this while loop, it is going and going, it is continuously running, there is no stopping condition given. So I need to stop it manually, or otherwise it will get stopped when the space will get finished. So to stop it manually you have to press here, it will get stop and return. It is started again. It is telling that stop and rerun, that's why it is running again. Demo is not able to run in parallel. So this is not the stopping button, this red button is the stopping button. It will stop. See, it has been stopped. So like this you can create your first Kotlin project or your first Kotlin class. And now I will show you how you can do any changes here and in your main class file. Like if I want to print my name, just print and give your variable name here, and this time it will only print my name on the screen. See, it is printing Vicky. So if you don't know what programming actually is, just go to the previous video where I have shown you the fundamentals on programming. In programming there is some fundamentals like variables and some conditions you can use, like loop condition or if else condition, and that things I have shown you in my previous video. In this video I will show you what Kotlin is, how you can program in Kotlin. To show you that, I will come to the official Kotlin docs. You can come to this Kotlin website and then come to the docs section from the upper side. Here you can see that officially Kotlin have managed it very well, and they have made it like a book, and reading this book is very easy. On the left side there is some categories have been given. You from here you have to come to the basic, and they are given some basic syntaxes. You already have learned some basic. Wait, I will close this Eclipse IDE. And here you already have learned that in Kotlin, for the main syntax for creating the for creating your function, your syntax you should use as fun. Fun mean it is the short form of function. So you have to type fun, then you have to type your function name. I'll come to the doc. Yes. So I will show you again by going to the previous page. From here, you just need to press on this button, Kotlin by example. Now you will be redirected to a particular section where it will show you learning Kotlin more in a more, I mean, given manner. Start from the beginning in the introduction. This is how you can create your first hello world function. And in Kotlin, you can mention your package like this. If you don't know what package is something, uh, just the folder. It is just a folder. And this is the package mentioned here. That means this function or this class file will be placed on this folder. That is the package in coding language. If you are using your file manager, this is the folder you can see, and this is another folder. Here you can see any folder available. This is a folder, and if you are telling it in a programming language, then it should be called a package. That is the package. Package is not anything difficult. It is very easy thing. And this is the main function. You have to, every time you have to create your main function, and inside, and this main function will get run whenever you will run this class file. First this class file will get built, and after building it, it will run your main function like this. Kotlin is very easy. In Java, to print something, I have shown you in the Eclipse section, you have to write system.out.println. Okay, that is a hard to remember for newcomers. But in Kotlin, you can see that to print something on new line, just type println, or to print something on a single line or a single one by one, then just type as print. Just type like this, print. This is very easy to learn. This is very easy to remember also. Then let's go to functions. Here it have shown you how can you create your own functions. I will also show you. This is the main function. You always have to keep this your main function. I will create a second function and I have to give it a name as second function. You can give it any name. As you can see that I have given the function name with a small letter. I have started it with a small letter. This is the reason. This is a thing that Java need to be built. Java syntax is actually look like this. The class file should be start with a capital letter in Java or in Kotlin, but the function should be start with a small letter. Okay. If I keep this main function as like this, the with a big capital letter, it will give me an error. You can see that it is giving me some kind of error, that main is never used. That means it will not get run whenever I will run it. So I have to keep every function in small letter. So this is the proper manner to write a function in Java. So now in the second function, you can also create some other functions. You can see that the name should not be same. It should look different. Function third, func fourth. What I will do is I will print something. I will print something in function 4 like func 4, and I will copy it. This is printing function 3, and here I will give function 2. And if I run it right now, you can check that it is only running Viki because I have created these functions, but whenever I will run this class file, it will only run the main function. I have already tell this thing in the previous video, but still again I am telling you, if you want to run any of your new functions, then you have to run it from your main function. So to run it from your main function, you have to mention the name, and I can also run the another function from these functions. That is also possible. Like I am calling this third function from the second function, and I'm also calling the fourth function from this third function. Now see what is happening. Now you can check that Viki is printing at first, and then function 2, as function 2 is calling because second function is running from the main function, and function 3 and 4, it is also printed because function third is running from the second function, and function third will run the function fourth. That is why. So this is the basics actually. I will come to some difficult things. Suppose here you can see it is using something as a this sign, dollar sign. I will show you why. I will delete these things. Suppose you want to print something like my name is name. If you type my name is name because you want to give this name variable here, you want to print that. Now if I print this, you can see it is only printing my name is name because this is the string. The IDE or the Java class, it is thinking that this is the complete string, but it is not taking this variable from here. This is happening, and you can change it by adding a dollar sign. You can see the color has been changed, and this is referring to this variable. Just if you hover your mouse on this button, you can see that it is referring to a variable that is a string variable, and that is named with name. Now if I run it, it will print my name is Vicky. You can check it here. My name is Vicky. So you have learned the dollar sign case. Okay. So there it has shown how you can return from a function. Like I will create a new function. You can give input in your function like this. A as integer, B as string, or you can also give it as integer or anything. And in this function, what I will do is I will return. First I will print the value of a plus b, and in the second line I will return this value. I will return this value to the main function, or who will call this function. It will return this value to them. So you can see it is asking me for a and b, as I have mentioned that this function will take two input. So I will give here 4 and 5 as a and b. You can check it. Now it is also showing me that type mismatch because it is returning integer, but I have not mentioned here that it is returning integer. Now you can see the error have been gone and it is returning integer. If I run this, you can see it is printing the value 4.5. I will remove these lines. It is printing the value 9, but it is returning also to the main function. So how can you understand that this is returning? If you keep a variable here, variable s suppose, and if you again print this variable s, I will print this in a new line. Now you can see the first 9 is getting printed by this, and the second 9 it is getting printed as it get returned in the main function on the variable s, and I saved it on the variable s. Then it is I have printed this, and this is printing the second line. So that is how you can return a value. It has been shown here. Okay, here something new has been shown, that without creating all these lines, you can just make it in a single line like this. You just need to give here an equal to sign and give here your expression. I just need to give a equal to sign here, and as I want to return a plus b, like this. The function is completed in a single line. Now if I will run it, you can see that it will again print 9. So this is how you can return. If your function is a very simple and short function, then you can finish it in a single line. Here it have shown you that some by default pre-built functions in Kotlin print message with prefix. If you use this function, it will print your message hello with a prefix as log. It will use, or you can use it like this. You can mention it as a prefix and as a message. I will again show you like this. I will just come to the previous function, and I have shown you that you can call this function and pass it the value 4 and 5. Suppose maybe you want to pass this function 4 and 5, but not as a and b. Maybe you want to pass your 4 as a b, so you can also do that. To do that, you have to type here b is equal to 4 and a is equal to 5. This time the Kotlin will understand it as a is going as 5 and b is going as 4. You can see that you have changed the value. If you write it as normal 4 and 5, it will take it as a as 4 and b as 5. But if you want to change the default section, if you want to change the default sorting, then you have to mention the name. You can mention this name. You can mention the variable name. Now if I run it, you can see it will again come with the proper answer. You can see under print section, you can also call your function under the print section. Like this function is returning the value of a plus b. I will remove this line, and I can also either I can keep the value inside a variable s or anything, or else I can call this function directly inside this print. Now you can check it that this will directly run the print function, and it will take the data from this function. I am passing this function to this print function. Again, you can see the output is coming. So this is about the functions. Now there is something more given. Member function and in extension with a single parameter can be turned into infix functions. Okay, infix function is something new in Kotlin that is not present in Java, but it is not required actually right now. I will skip this. I will skip this for this time. There are some operator functions. Certain function can be upgraded to operators, allowing their calls with the corresponding operator symbol. So this takes the infix function from above. This is also something new. You can read and try it from here. But to make the video short, I will skip this part as this is not required. This is not required every time you want to develop a Java, you want to develop a Android application, or if you want to use a Kotlin file. This is not a necessary thing. You can use it. You can use this new features available in Kotlin. But as this is optional, so I am skipping it right now. You can learn about it. Again, there is showing something new as variance. Variance parameter allow you to pass any number of arguments by separating them with commas. Okay. So what it is doing actually, you can see here that they have created a function print all, and they have using the syntax varang. And if you use varang, what you can do, here they have used a string input and given this variable a name as message, and only in a single string input they are passing multiple values. You can see they are passing multiple hellos, salute, hola, and a Chinese word also. But if they do not use varang, then it should not be okay, it should give you some errors, because they have only used a single string. They have only taking input in this function as a single string message, which is called message, and they have not mentioned that um, this is something like a bundle of words. But if you use this word varang here, use the syntax here as varang, it will tell Kotlin that you can pass multiple words in a bundle as a string. So it is happening here, and it is also showing that how you can use your for. If you don't know what is for, I'm showing you. I will just copy it. You can see if I run it, it is running each word separately. And what I told you, if I remove this varang word, then it will give you some error. You can check here that too many arguments are passing. What you cannot do, because you have mentioned in your print all function that you are passing only one single argument. Either you can also do it like this. You can say that this message is an array. This is an array, but in that case, you have to change something else. I will not show that to you. So this is what varang is. If you use varang, you can pass multiple values in a single variable. And I will show you what for is. For is another thing new in the programming. This is not new in Kotlin. This is something which is available in every programming language. If you, I will show you. For I is equal to 0, I would like to show you this for in Java. To do that, I will open Eclipse. Here I will show you what for is used for. I will take a variable I and I will give it a value 0. You can see that in Java, in each line you have to give this semicolon, which in Kotlin you don't need to. It is optional. It is not needed to. It is not required to give in Kotlin. So here I will print the value of I. I will run this. You can see the output. It is printing from 1 to 100, 99. Okay, this is for. For is a conditional statement where you can first mention a particular starting point that is I is equals to 0, and I have given the condition in the second after the semicolon. I have you have to mention the second condition that it will go up to 100, and in the third statement I have given that it will increment by 1 each time this conditional statement will run. This I will get incremented by 1. You can also give here minus minus, and you can also say that the condition that I will be bigger than minus 50. Now run it again, and you will see that it will get decremented and it will stop at minus 49. Now you have understand what for is. And this for, there is another version of for. If I created a array, if you do you know what is array? I will show you. In Java, if you make a variable s as string, and you can type here a line like mango or anything. This is the string. But if you want to give multiple words, mango, orange, like this multiple words, then what you have to do, you have to mention it as an array. Okay, now you can see that to mention an array means the stack of multiple variables. So this is a stack of string, and here you can add multiple variables. This will be a stack of these three words, and to mention any array you just need to first mention its what it is a string or integer or anything else. Then you have to give this to third bracket. Then your program will understand that this is something an array. So now if I print, now I will make you learn that there is another version of for statement. If I give here that names for name from S, name from S, wait, not from, it should be in. Integer actually in Java it will not look like this. Actually cannot remember the syntax. You will understand it. I will show it in Kotlin. You can check it in the Kotlin that there is another version of for that is in messages. Just take it as an array. Suppose the messages is an array, and it is actually like an array as you have used this varang tag. After using this var tag, it is actually become something like an array. And there is something new version of for statement where you can where you can see that I have telling that m, I have taken a new variable as m, and I am mentioning a new syntax in m in messages. That means for each item in this messages array, it will start from the beginning and it will finish at the end. If I run this, it is starting from the beginning This was the first word in this messages array, and it is starting on this, it is ending on this Chinese word. So this is another version of for. This is a shortcut version, and what I have shown you here, I will show you. Yes, this is the actual for statement. Later for statement get updated to come to a shorter version. This is a version where you have to type more, and this is a shorter version of for statement where you have to type less. This is also available in Java, but the syntax is a little different, which I have forgot. And this will happen many times with you if you learn more than 2 or 3 languages. Then sometimes you will forget some syntaxes from the previous language. That's now, after finishing functions, I have come to variables. In Kotlin, there they have introduced two new syntax as var and val. Val it is short form of value, and var is a short form of variable. And there is a little difference between these two. I will show you. I will delete all these things. Suppose if I take a variable as var c equals to, I will initialize a value as 0, and another I will give as var d, and I will give it a value as 0 also. And if I print, and now what I will do, I will change the value. I will make c is equal to 2 and d is equal to 3. Then you can see I will here it is already showing an error in red color, but still I will print this. I will print C and D both. Now let's run it. Now it is compiling. You can see the error in the bottom side. Kotlin value cannot be reassigned. That means if in any variable I assign it as value, it cannot be changed. But if I type it as a var, then it can be changed again and again. So val means the variable which have val that is not changeable, that will be fixed. Whenever you will initialize its value, it will be fixed on there. You can initialize it later like this. If I mention it like this, val d is integer, and I assign the value later, then there is no errors. But I cannot give another value like this. It is fixed. The value should be fixed. It cannot be changed again. But in the case of variable var, it can be changed again and again. So this is a function, a new feature which is actually introduced in Kotlin. It can also be done in Java, but in that case you have to use something like final keyword. If you want to see, I will also show this to you. Suppose I give a variable int a is equals to 0, and if I make it final like this, now if I give another value, you will see there is an error coming, similar like Kotlin. The final local variable cannot be reassigned. This is the same thing. What is actually final in Java? that can be used without using any without using any syntax like final in Kotlin. So this is the syntax by which you can assign the initialize the value of the variable later. I already have shown you that in this case I just declared it that d will be a value and it will be a integer, but I didn't initialize the value. I initialize it later. So then you are free to choose when you initialize, however it must be initialized before the first read. So you have to first if you do not initialize this, I will show you. If I remove this line, it is giving me an error. You can see that I didn't initialize any value in this d. So whenever I am trying to print this value of d, it is giving me that variable d must be initialized. At least I have to give a value before ending the program. Let's go to the next. It is null safety. In the Java, let's remove this final tag. I can make this value as null, from null to integer. This should be a string. So I can give a value as null, or I can give a original value, anything in a single variable. So and it will also cause me a problem that if a single variable can be null and it can also it can hold null or it can unhold null, then maybe anyhow in your program, if you forget to give a value to your suppose right now this string is actually null. So right now if I try to print it, this is a syntax from Kotlin, so I have to use Java syntax, system dot I'm just telling you, I will not show it to you. If right now I try to print the value of a, it will be null. And you know, in coding, if you stuck in a null value, the program will stuck in that point and it will crash. It will give you a null value error or null pointer error, something like that, because the program have come to a particular position where it is reading a variable and the variable is giving to the program a null value. And suppose I am trying to print, I am just showing it to you, I will not run it. Suppose I want to print the value of 3 plus a. Suppose in a line I try to print the value of 3 plus a. So first of all the program, whenever the program will run it, in the runtime it will see that the value of a is null and you cannot do anything, you cannot assign any, you cannot addition, you cannot subtract, you cannot multiply anything with the null value. Null is not a zero, okay, you cannot do anything with the null value. In that case it will give you null pointer exception and the program will stop. So to prevent this thing, Kotlin have introduced something as null safety. That means I will show you, I will come to Kotlin. Here Kotlin have two kind of variables. One is normal variable, and normal variable is always null safety. It is null safe. You cannot assign a value as null. First I will make it as integer. First I will make it a string, sorry. Then I will try to assign a null. Then you can see it is giving me the error that null cannot be assigned to a non-null type string. That means in Kotlin every variables are actually not null variable. in by default. But if you want to make a null variable which can hold a null value, then you just have to add this sign here. Okay, it is telling me to first assign a value. Actually, I have placed this question mark in a wrong place. You have to place it. You have to place it here. Now you can see I can place a null value inside C. So in Kotlin, if you use this question mark beside your in your variable, like if I am making an integer, and if I again give this question mark here, then I can again assign a null value to this D. But if I remove this question mark, it will give me that null cannot be assigned. So Kotlin is null safety because I have shown you that by default every variable in Kotlin is actually not null. It cannot save a null value. So you can guess that whenever in your program, suppose you try to print C plus 4 or in anything, in any calculation, if the program found that one variable is actually null, in runtime if the program found that the variable is actually holding a null value, it will stop. But in Kotlin it is not possible because now no of the variables are actually holding the null value in Kotlin. It is not possible to hold the null value in a non-null variable. That is why this function is actually introduced in Kotlin to make the null safety thing. Now let's come to the classes. So as like Java or any other program, in any object oriented program you can declare as many classes you want. So in the classes page it have shows you how many types of class you can build. Like this is in this line, and this is the type by which you can declare a class without declaring any constructor, and in that case it will automatically create a constructor by its own, and it is also available in Java. So this is a very simple syntax. You don't need to write anything, just write class and then the class name. And this is another type of class where you can declare constructor like this. It will take two input, and this will be the main constructor of this contact class. And after another class you can also build, I will show you, that is not written here. Like if you want to declare a class and inside the class you also want to do some function jobs with taking the id or whatever input you have taken here, you can do whatever you want. You can declare any function here, and you know how to declare a function as function one, and you can do anything here in this code. In this block you can do anything with this input. Also with this id you can print the id also like this. And to access this in your main function you have to declare a variable as you can give anything. Class, I will give class, and this will be contact class. I also need to give some input. The input should be any id and an email id like this. And after that you can use its function like this. This will call this function. You can also run this to see what is happening. You will see that it will print 34 on the output. as it is calling the function one from the class. As you can see, it is calling the 34. And this is everything about class. Now next come to the generic parts. There is something called generic class in Kotlin. So after class, there it comes generic classes or generic functions. But before understanding generic function or generic classes, I would like to show you a demo of some pre-default generic classes in Java. It is already written here. In this example, you can see that I have created an object of array list, and I already have told you array list is just like a dynamic array, and it is actually a class which is actually inbuilt in Java, and also it is inbuilt in Kotlin because Kotlin is made of Java. But here you can see that I have mentioned the data type as integer, so I cannot add any other data type values like string or anything else. I cannot add anything like that. It will give me an error. But to add a string, in that case, I have to mention that this object of this array list will hold string values. In that case, you can see that integers are giving error, but string is not giving error. So I have to mention which data class I will provide to this, which data type I will provide to this object of this class. This is the function of generic. This is called generic class or generic function, because if you create a normal new function, suppose I am creating a function as f1, and I mention that it will take a value as string. In that case if I want to call that function in my program, I only can give a string like this. In that case it will not give any error. It is cannot make a static reference to a non-static method. Actually I did a mistake. I have to cannot change f1 to static. Okay, I have made it static. So you can see that I have given a string input and it is giving me no error. But if I give a integer input, in that case it will give me an error that the method is not capable with the argument. So I'm giving wrong input data type. This is happening because I have created a function where I already have mentioned that it can only take string value. This is where generic class is needed, a generic function is needed. If I create a generic function, then it will be free of, here you can see it is written here that uh, generic class is independent of particular data type. That means you can take any type of data. You just need to mention it that what type of data you are taking. Like in this inbuilt array list class, what is actually inbuilt in Java, you can see that I am mentioning that I am giving string type of data, or I am giving integer type of data. I am mentioning it. If I don't mention it, then if I just keep it blank, then it will not work. I have to mention it that what type of data I am passing. And here you can see they are giving me the instruction where they have written a capital E, and it is also written in this syntax in Kotlin. Here you can also see that when they are creating a generic class, they are mentioning that E, capital E, inside a arrow bracket. So this is how you have to create a mm, generic class, and you can also create a generic function. Like it is a function here. This is not a generic function. This is a normal function where you are mentioning that you only can take a string. But if I want to give a generic function, then you have to in Kotlin, then you have to give it like this. You just need to mention this arrow bracket, and inside it you have to mention capital E. Only this, and also you have to show the capital E here. and E will, the capital E will be anything. We can be integer, can be a string, and whatever will come, those will be named as a elements variable. The variable will be named as elements, and you can work with those elements in your function. Like they have instructed here that the elements something they, you can instruct anything in the function, but you have to instruct it with E also. Like here you can see that uh, in this class they have created some functions, like 4 or 5 functions. One is for push, one is pop, another is named as isEmpty. IsEmpty will give you if the items are empty or not, and the size function will show the size. But in no cases they are showing that it is integer or string. They are telling that it is capital E. So that means the compiler will understand capital E will be replaced with whatever you will mention with the E. That means here I have given that inside array list it is integer. So in this class array list, whatever function it have, that is actually written with capital E while coding. But the compiler will replace it while compiling the code. They will replace it with integer. So this is generic function or generic class, and this is the syntax to create a generic class. Okay, and this is needed if you want to make a function or a class independent of the particular type. And sometimes it is needed, because suppose you want to make a array list. Suppose you are making an array list, your new array list. So in that case, array list can hold anything in the array. But in normal coding, you need to mention in the array what it will be like. It will be an integer array or it will be a string array. You have to mention it like this. But suppose you are making developing a very difficult program or a very difficult software. In that case, maybe it is also needed for string. It is also the same function is also needed for integer. In that case, you have to create the same function again and again. Like you have to create f1, and you have to write it for string, and another f1 you have to create, and you have to write that will be for f1 for integer. So you have to uh, write the same code again and again. That's why generic class is used for. In that case, you don't need to write it again and again. You just need to write in the input type. You just need to write it as capital E, and you have to mention it also somewhere in this bracket that it will take some generic data type. And it is not actually the Java feature. It is actually a new feature in Kotlin. So this is the generic class or generic object. I think you already have understood about this. I don't need to go in much details. Now let's come to the inheritance. Okay, inheritance is something that is available in every object-oriented language, in C++, in Java, in Kotlin, anything, in Python, everywhere it is available. So inheritance means here they already have written an example, but I will tell you a more simple example, a real world example. Suppose you want to create a database of cars. So first you will maybe you are writing all the cars, Lamborghini, Tata, Bolero, every cards you have to mention in that database. So in that case, you will write the and you have to mention all the properties of that car. Suppose Lamborghini is a very slim car. So the first property that it will be sedan. The type will be sedan. The second property, it will have 4 wheels. The third property will be like it will have a 1000 horsepower engine, and one by one there will be many more specifications of that particular car. And you will another suppose you are creating another car that will be a Koenigsegg or a Tata Bolero. In that case, you are also mentioning some features like it is a SLR, sorry, it is a XUV car. And then you are mentioning it also have 4 wheels. Then you are mentioning third property, it is having a 400 cc engine. So you can see that both of these databases have some common data, like they all of the cars have 4 wheels, okay, and all of the cars have one engine. This is the common features. So that is why inheritance is needed in this case. You don't need to mention all these common features again and again. The first data you have to create that is car. First you have to create a data as car or a function as car, and the car will have all the generic or general features mentioned, like it have 4 wheels, it have one chassis, it will have one engine, or it will have at least one engine, it will have any color, maybe black or red or anything. This is the generic features of a general car. So you have to first mention the basic uh, function as car. Then you have to create each and every function for each and every cars, like a Koenigsegg, like a Lamborghini, like a Tata Bolero. And in that function, you have to take an input from your previous car function, so that all of the functions or specification already mentioned in that car function, like it have 4 wheels, it have 4 seats, those will be already inputted in your Lamborghini profile. So Lamborghini profile will show you each of these unique features of a Lamborghini, and also it will show you all those specifications that is already available in each of the cars, like it have 4 wheels, it also have 4 seats, like that. So this is inheritance. In coding you can also do it like this. They have shown here an example with the dogs. Yorkshire is a breed, is a breed of dogs, Yorkshire. If you don't know, I will just show you. This is beyond our syllabus, I am just showing you for fun. This is a brand. This is the breed Yorkshire of dog. If you didn't know it, that right now you already note it that this is Yorkshire, and you can see here that they have created a default class that is dog, and they have created a function in that dog that whenever they say hello, they say it like wow wow, and they also have created another profile for Yorkshire, and they also mentioned what I told you, that it will take all the features from the dog. So suppose this the dog class have some other functions like 4 legs, for 2 eyes. So it will take all these values get inputted in this Workshare profile, as they are mentioning that it will be a subclass of this parent class dog. So it will get all this value. While compiler is compiling the coding, they will take input of everything what is available in this dog, and they will take it in the Oxshare profile. So you can see that you can also change some values, like the dog, maybe the dog have 4 legs, but you want to mention that Oxshare will have 5 legs. So in that case you have to write it like this. You have to write a syntax override, and then you have to write that override, and then like this, like it have a function that is say hello. That means how the dog barks. The dog barks as wow wow. They have typed it in a print line. But if you want to change it, suppose you want to say that the workshare barks something in a different manner, so you have to override the function what is available in the dog section, say hello, and you have to overwrite it like this, and then you can mention anything, like they have mentioned here that the Yorkshire bark as whiff whiff. And you can also insert any new function or any new values. Maybe you want to insert that the color is red, okay, or anything. This is the new things in your Yorkshire profile. or your workshare subclass. This is the subclass of this parent class. You can add something new, or you can override something in previous, or and in both cases, each and other specifications written in the parent class will get implemented in your new profile or in your new subclass. This is the subclass and this is the parent class. This is called parent because, or this is called child. This you can also call a subclass as child class because it is the child of this parent. It is the you already have understood why it is called a child of this parent. So this is parent class and this is called child class. And also there is something you have to look carefully, that whenever they are creating a object of this workshare, that I will run it and I will show you that they're sorry, I have to remove these lines I have added, otherwise it will not get run. So now you can see that the workshare they have created an object of this subclass, and whenever they're running it, they are also running its function say hello, and it is printing whiff. So why it is happening? Because you already have overwritten the by default say hello function in this class dog, and you are calling the say hello function from the subclass. That is why it is printing the value from the subclass's say hello function. If you create the subclass, if you create an object of the parent dog class, parent classes say hello, if you run it, in that case it will print wow because it is the object of the parent class and it is printing the value from the say hello function from the parent class. And notice something, that you are creating an object of this dog class and you are saving it in a dog type variable, and it is going correct. So if you are creating a if you are creating an object of this subclass, then you also need to mention the variable will be Yorkshire type variable. But no, you can also keep it as dog variable because dog is the parent class. So it is possible that you can create an object of the child class and you can save it in the parent type variable. Now I will run it and I will show you that it is printing everything incorrect. So the syntax is correct, you can do it, but you cannot do the opposite. This is something to notice, that if you mention here that the variable type is workshare and you are trying to save an object of parent class dog and you want to save it in the workshare type variable, then it will give you some error. Okay, this is something to notice, that this is not valid. This cannot be done in any programming language, not in Kotlin. This cannot be done in any programming language. You can understand it by a simple example. You can stay in your parents' home, and right now most of you who are watching this video actually staying in your parents' home. But your parent cannot stay in your home. You cannot say that your parent is saying your parent is staying in your home, because you are actually staying in your parents' home. Every letter will come to your house. The letter address, in the address part of the letter, I am talking about post letters, post mails. In that letter, in the address part, you have to mention that in the first line you have to mention your name. Then in the second line you have to mention care of your father's name. You have to mention that. This is necessary because you are staying in your parents' house. So you can understand this thing like that you can do it. But if a letter is coming with the name of your parents, suppose your father's name is anything, then in the letter's address part, your father's name will be in the first line. Then in the second line, they cannot write it that care of your name. That means the father is not in the care of their child. You cannot do that. You cannot write that. You can relate this. This is not relating completely, but you can relate it a little. This is a silly example, but I still giving the example to you so that you can understand it better. So this is the inheritance. Inheritance means you can create a parent class, you can take its data to the child class, you can override the data from the parent class inside your child class. As you can see, they are overriding the function with the say hello function. You can also override any variable, that is also possible. And this is the fundamentals while saving the object. So you can save the child class's object in the parent class data type, but you cannot save the parent class object in a child class data type. That is not possible. So the syntax is, you have to mention an open here. You have to mention an open here because if you don't mention an open here, you cannot inherit or you cannot make a child class of this parent class. Because in Kotlin, every class, every object, they are locked. They cannot get edited. As you can see, this dog class is getting edited in this workshare profile. That is not possible if you don't mention that this class will be open. Open means it can get edited. By default, each classes in Kotlin is actually locked. They cannot get inherited. In Java, it is not like that. In Java, you can inherit any classes, but in Kotlin, it is not possible. Hello, so I already have told you that each classes and every object, every functions are actually final class and final object in Kotlin. And if you want to make anything final in Java basically no classes and no functions are by default final. You have to make that final. But in Kotlin, every everything is actually in final. But you have to, if you want to make it an open, then you have to mention the open. If you want to also make a open function, then also you need to mention the open before the fun syntax. But if you in Kotlin, sorry, in Java, no classes are final. If you want to make a class final, then you have to mention as final. And if you make it final, then you cannot inherit it from this class. That is the difference between Kotlin and Java. And there are some others features I've shown here about inheritance in Kotlin, that it can also work with constructors. As you can see in this class Lion, they have mentioned two constructors. Sorry, they have mentioned two constructors here in this Lion class, and as you can also see that whenever they are creating a child of this parent class, or whenever you create an object of this of this class, in both cases if you are creating a child of this class or if you are creating an object of this class, in both cases you have to must pass these values, what is actually mentioned as a constructor. You must pass this value. So here they are also doing the same thing. I will come to the previous example. They are doing the same thing. They are passing this value which is named as origin. Whenever they are creating the uh, child class of this class, they are passing this value, and they are creating a class Iberian tiger, and it is a subclass. It will be a subclass of the superclass tiger, and they are passing a value Siberia. And you can see the say hello function from the superclass will take this value and print it on the screen. And here is another example where they have shown that the superclass is having a constructor. Also, the child class is having another constructor, which is not present in this previous example. Here you can see the child class have no constructors. So whenever you are creating an object of the child class, you are not passing anything because it doesn't have any constructor. Only the superclass have a constructor, and when the child class is calling the superclass or creating a instance of the superclass, the child class is passing this value to the superclass. But in this example, whenever you are creating a object of this child class Asiatic, you in that case also you are passing a value as input, and the child class will pass this value to the. You can see that this name and this name is same. The child class is passing this value to its parent class, and the parent class will print it on a print line. And if I run it, you will see that this thing rufo will first get to the child class, then the child class will pass it to the super class or the parent class, then the parent class is printing it on the screen as origin. You can see that the line is from India, and here it is the rufo. They are printing it. So this is all about inheritance. There is nothing more you have to know about inheritance. Inheritance is a very important thing. If you didn't listen to this inheritance part, then please repeat this part. Go to 10 minute before and just repeat this. Just repeatedly listen to all my voice about inheritance. Now I will come to the control flow. All the introduction part has been finished. And not only the introduction, the control flow and the introduction both are also present in Java and also present in other object-oriented languages. These are the same thing which is available in every object-oriented languages. But from this part, from the special classes, they are not available in every programming languages. This is special class made with Kotlin. I will come to that later. First, I will explain you some basics again. Those are actually in control flow. And the first one is when. Then there is loop, ranges, equality check, and conditional expression. This is not a very big part. This is a small part. It will get finished in 10 minutes. So let's go with it. First part is when. When is actually a switch statement. It is used as a switch statement. If you don't know, if you are very beginner, if you don't know what is the switch statement in any programming language, then I will show you what is a switch statement in Java. So this is a switch statement in Java. Switch means this will work as a switch. So you already know that in your electric board or in electric circuit, what is the switch and what is its function. So it will also work like the same. Here you can see that they have taken a variable day and they have given the value 4. The switch case will get the input of this day, and the thing is that if the value in case 1, if the value is 1, then it will print this because I have given this, they have given this expression, so it will do this, it will print this line. Then if the case is 2, this is the value, this is not case 1, case 2. If it is a string, if they have mentioned that it is not an integer, it is a string, so they can also write it as case Maharaj, case Vikram, case Sudipto, case Arijit, like that. They can write it like that. So this is not the numbering. This is not the numbering. This is the value you are mentioning. This is the value of this variable you are passing to the switch case. So whatever value will be matched with this switch case or within the switch case, it will execute whatever you have written in under this. And you also need to write a break statement also. It is the syntax for Java. Don't misunderstand it with Kotlin. Kotlin syntax is a little different. I will come to that later. First I am showing you what is switch case and how it is written in Java. So you have to write a break statement. What break statement actually do? Break statement stop any loop. I already have explained what is loop in previous video in the coding basic part. But if you still don't know what is it, then please go and look at that video, at the first video of this series. And also you can mention here another case, that is case default, so that if any of this value is not present in this variable, then the case default will get run. And they didn't mention any case default in this example, but I am telling you, you can mention that the syntax will be case like this, and then in this part you have to write default. Then you have to mention whatever expression you want to follow in that part. And also in that case, you also need to mention the break statement. So break statement is needed here because in every loop runs again and again. But if you mention a break statement anywhere, then it will stop the loop at that point. So in this case, if this will run, and if I don't give this break statement, then the loop will start again from the top, and it will again check the case, again check the value of this day, and it will again match it, and it will again print this line. It will print this again and again if you do not mention this break statement. This is the need of break statement, and it is only needed in loops because loops run again and again. You can understand it by the name, that is loop. Loop means it is looping, that have no ending point. If you do not mention the ending point, it will never end. That is the loop. And there is some loops like while loop, do while loop, and it will also show here. I will come to the loop part, but first I am showing you the when statement. So what is actually the switch statement in Java? That is the same as the when in Kotlin. In Kotlin also you can see they have written the syntax as when instead of switch, and they are passing the argument as object from this object. This is the object, or this is the variable, and the name is obj. And here the syntax is a little easier than Java, that you do not mention, you do not write that case 1, case 2, you just need to write the value. This is the value 1, this is another value hello, this is another value is long, this is the last value else, this is the default. Whatever in Java is default, I have told you there is a case default, that is the else one. And something to notice here, that they have sorry, first I will explain you the syntax. So first you have to give the data, then if it will match, then this line will get printed. And if you have multiple lines to execute, then you can write it, then you have to write it under a curly bracket. These lines you have to write under a curly bracket. But if you have a single line, then you can write it just like that without a bracket, just after this arrow sign. So here you can see that they are passing any values, like it is an integer, it is a string, and it is not an integer, not a string, it is not any data type, it is a actually a condition, is long. That means if it will be a value of a long data type, then it will print this long. And this is also not a value, sorry, this is also not any data type, this is also another condition, is string. And here you can see a sign here. This sign actually means that this is exclamation mark, and if in coding you give exclamation mark before any condition or before any value, then it mark it as a negative. So is string, this means is it a string, and as you have given this sign, so it means it is not a string, the negative one, the opposite one of whatever written in the right side. This left sign will make it opposite, so it will print if it is the case, so it will print not a string. And in the else it is the default case. If nothing of this matched with the value of object, then this will get printed, this, because this is written in else statement. So here you can see the else statement, and you can remember that what is actually is a else statement. Else statement is the part of if else condition. You already know what is if else condition, I have shown you in the previous video. So actually the switch case is the type of if else condition. You can write this switch statements as a if else also. Like in that case, the syntax will be like this, that if day is equals to 1, then this will get printed. Else if the day is equals to 2, then it will get printed. And under a bracket you have to write that. Else if, you have to do else if again and again, and at the last case or in the default case you have to write an else. This is a if else statement, and switch case is the same thing, only the syntax is getting easier, and switch case is actually made with the if else statement. but it is easier than if else, because you don't need to write those else if else if part again and again. You don't need to write that. You just mention the case and it will match with you. This is the switch case, and in Kotlin you can see that the default is written as else. So by this also you can guess it that actually it is a if else statement from inside, but from outside it is looking like that, because the when Kotlin is made or any object oriented programming language is made, the switch case is actually in background they are using an if else statement, but in the foreground the syntax will look like this. This is a switch case, and they have nothing else in switch case or in a when case. It is as simple as like that. The only difference is that in Kotlin you have to write it as when, not as a switch. If you write it as a switch, it will not work. Now let's come to the loop part. It is not loading. I will reload it. I think my internet is a little slow. So in the loop part, you can see that there they have shown two loops. First one is a while loop, another one is a do while loop. In the first video in this series, I already have explained what is a loop, and there I have shown what is a while loop. But I didn't show the do while loop. So here first I will explain a little about while loop. Loop is what? It will repeat again and again. That is called a loop. And in any programming language, if you want to start a loop, you have to write it as a while. While means it will run this expression again and again and again while the syntax is valid, while this condition is valid. So the condition is given here as k keyten less than 5. You can see that k keyten is 0, so it is less than 5. So this syntax will get repeatedly printed or repeatedly run this syntax, these two syntaxes. And here you can see that they have incremented this. Double plus means incremented. If you give double minus, it will get decremented. The left variable will get incremented or decremented. Here they are incrementing the value k keyten. So k keyten first, whenever this block will run, the k keyten will get incremented by 1, and it will then again check this condition and it will run again. This k keyten will get another plus, then again it will run, and it will run again and again and again until the k keyten will get the value 6. Then this loop will stop. And what is the do while loop? Do while loop is completely same. The only difference is that it first execute this expression, then it check the condition. In while loop, it first check the condition. If it is positive, then it passes the expression. But in do while loop, it will first pass the expression. Doesn't matter what the condition is. Then it will pass the then it will check the condition after passing the first expression. And if it is passed the condition, then it will come to the top again and it will run this statement again. So this is the difference. I will show you live what is the difference. To show it live, I will create a while loop first, and I have given a value as 0 of this a, and this a will get incremented each time unless the a is greater than 5, and it will also get printed. So I will print this line. I print this line and you can see that it is printing 1 to 5 as I have mentioned. And if at first I am giving the value 6, then you will see that it is printing nothing, because at first it is checking the condition, and as it is not a 6, yes, as it is greater than 5, the value of a, that was, it is printing nothing. It is not running this condition. Now what I will do, I will change this to a while loop. Do while loop. I will change this to a do while loop. So for changing it to do while loop, I first have to make a block of do, then I have to make an expression of do while loop as a while loop. So this is the expression of do while loop. So what I will do, I will run it. Now you will see that it will print the value. As you can see, it is first incrementing the value, then it is printing. but then it is stopping, not again. It is not printing the value again. Why? Because I have told you the do while loop first execute the expression, then it checks the condition. So that's why it is first executing the expression, then it is checking the condition, so then it is stopping as the condition is not valid. But whatever is actually already getting done, that cannot be undone. So whatever is actually get printed on the screen, it cannot get removed, so that is why it is showing that. This is the difference between a while and a do while loop. And another thing is shown here, that is iterators. When in the previous video I have explained you about loops, I have also shown you something like a for loop. What is actually a for loop? For loop is also same like a while loop, but in for loop you have to give three expressions here. One is, you can give three expressions or you can also give lesser than three expressions. So I will show you how you can give three expressions. I have given a value of I, then I have given the condition I will be lesser than 5 each time, and then I will increment this. This is the for loop, and whatever will be inside this bracket, that will get done each time. It will print I. So you will see this is also working as a while loop. The only difference is that it is printing the value. The only difference is that in the while loop, in a second expression, as a second expression, I have to mention that I am incrementing the value of a. But in a for loop, I am given the condition inside this for loop bracket or this for loop input. In this input, I have mentioned a variable, and after giving a semicolon, I have mentioned the condition. And in third part, I have mentioned what I am doing. I will increment the I by 1 each time. This is a for loop. So if you have an array, suppose you are having an array of integers which will keep values like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the array and this is having a value as like this. I will take these values from this array and print it on the screen. To do that, I will keep the I as same. I will just print the value of this I. I means the position inside the array. So at first it will print the 0th position, then it will go up to 4th position, and it will print the value inside the array. So now if I run it, you will show that it is printing the values inside the array. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how you can iterate. This is iterating. This is called iterating. This is how you can iterate through any array or any lists or anything that holds multiple data inside it. You can iterate through it through any custom loop. Maybe you can also do it with a while loop. You just need to do the same thing, and you need to print. You have to make this print line also there in the while loop. You can do it, but in Java or in Kotlin, they have given some pre-built functions in each arrays. Like if I try to uh, find that is it having that function iterator, you will see that no, there is no function as iterator in this, but that is only available in dynamic arrays. What is dynamic array? I have already shown you that also. That array list is a kind of dynamic array. There are others dynamic arrays also, or dynamic queues. Those are every of those are dynamic arrays. Array, queue, linked list, stack. Those all are dynamic arrays. So what is called dynamic array? Dynamic array means that you do not need to mention how much size it will take. If you are giving a static array like this, if you are creating a static array, then at first you need to mention the size. In this previous example, I already have mentioned the size that it will have 5 values inside. But in the case of dynamic array, you do not need to mention the size at first. You just need to create an object of that array or that function, sorry, of that class. In Java, it is called array list, and you need to mention what kind of value you are passing in it, and then you have to create the object of that class like this. This is the object of array list, and array list you can add anything in array list with the function add, and you can also delete anything from the array list with the function remove. You can delete it, and in the bracket you have to mention the index. In the bracket you are mentioning the index, and in the add you have to, in the bracket you have to mention the value you are adding. So in this case I will add 56, and I will add anything random value. This is how you can add a value in a array, sorry, in a dynamic array as array list. So if you want to iterate through it, you can go with the two way, either this default way, this is the manual way. You can get the value and print it like array dot get and the index will be I. In this case I will run it. It is giving some kind of error out of bounds because I have mentioned that I will be up to 5, but now I will mention I will be up to array dot size. Now it will not give the error and it will printing 56 then 34. You can see that it is iterating through the values. Iterating means go with one from the 0th position to the last position. Each value will get iterated or get printed. This is iteration, but what is actually shown here as iterators, that are some custom functions that are pre-built in Java and also in Kotlin. Here you can see this animals is a list, and it also have such function iterator, and I will show you how you can use this function, how you can use this function to iterate through a different way. I will first remove this for loop. I will just hide it, not remove it. Then I will create a iterator. You have to create an object of the function of the class iterator. Just take the array or list, and here you will find a function iterator like this. Okay, you have to also mention here the generic what type of value this iterator will have. So I have mentioned it is having integer. Now how can you iterate through it? To iterate through it, you will need a while loop. This iterator function object have some by default function in it, like has next or next. So in while loop, I will use the condition as has next. What has next do? Has next will tell you that is at which position the iterator is right now. Is there any next position available? Like if it is on 56 right now, is there any value next to it? Yes, it will return you 34. But if it is right now in 34, again if you ask the same question as has next, it will give you no. The answer is no because there is no next value. This is the function iterator, and this is the function has next. So inside I will use this function as a condition, then I will print it. I will print the value each time. Inside the print function you have to use iter. What this iter dot next do? It will each time it will start from the 0, and each time it will come to the next, and it will give you the value. So this function gives the value, returns the value, and it stays at the position. Next time if you use again this function next, it will go to the next unless the list is finished. It will do it. So if I run it, it will give the same input 56 then 32. So this is a iterator function, and how you can use a iterator I have shown you that this is how you can use a iterator. If the iterator will anything as a string, then you have to write here that this will hold string value, and you will find this pre-default iterator function in in dynamic array as array list, in list, in 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 any collection, this collection part. I will come to this later. What is the collection? So in anything in the collection, list, set, map, every one of it will have a by default iterator function, so that you can iterate through it without creating those for loops or while loops. You can use it easily. You can iterate through the values. This is the iterator. So this is all about loops. Now let's come to the ranges. Range means, as you can see in the range, they are using a for loop, and they have written I in 0 dot dot 3. That means the first value of I will be 0, and it will get incremented until the value is 3. Then it will stop. And if you cannot understand what is this mean, here you can see in this for loop, I have done that. I have to first unblock you can see that I have given the I value as 0, then I have incremented it each time. The loop will run, each time it will get incremented by 1, and it will stop until array size is reached. Array.size will return a value, and I will be lesser than that. It will run until that. This is the default expression for a I loop, but in Kotlin you can also use this expression. That is the same thing, just the expression is a little easier. You have to write less. You can write it like that, I in 0 dot dot 3 or 0 dot dot 4, so it will reach from 0 to 4. Or you can also write in all these three other syntaxes, I in 0 until 3. It will also work same. And other one is I in 2 to 8, and there is a little catch that it have written something new, that is step 2. That means it will run from 2 to 8, but each time it will increment by 2. And here also they have shown something different, that it will get decremented. That is why it is written down to. So it will start from 3, it will go down to 0. And if here you write step 2, so each time it will go with 2 steps. This is the ranges, and this is something new in Kotlin. You can use these short syntaxes, or else you can use this Java syntaxes also. This is also you can use in Kotlin. This is actually available in every object-oriented language. You can use this default syntax, or you can go with this new one. You can see the characters are also supported here. Like we know the rhythm of character A B C D A to Z. So our Kotlin programming language also know the rhythm of characters. So if character, if C means the variable, and it will be a char variable, char. So if C will be from A to D, so it will print A B C D. If you want to see, I will run it. It will print A B C D. You can see that. And in this case, it is printing Z from opposite side, ZX VT, but it is going by step 2. That means it is incremented by 2. You can see it. Also, you can use range in if-else statement. You can see that if x in 1 to 5, that means it will not get incremented from 1 to 5. In this case, it means if x's value is between 1 to 5, and here it is telling you that the x's value is not between 6 to 10, then it will run this expression. This is how you can use range in a if-else statement. Now let's come to equality check. Inside equality check, you can see there is two signs given. One is double is equal to sign, another one is triple is equal to signs. So I already have shown you how you can use these things in if else statement or in any condition. Suppose if you want to see if you want to print something like if sorry, I have to make a if else statement. So you have to print it like if a is equals to 0, then it will do something. It will do something. Okay. In that case, if a is equals to 0, so what it is doing? It is checking as a and is the value 0. So in that case, you have to use the double sign. But here is something shown that you can use both signs, double or triple. But they will give you different result. I will run it. Hmm. I don't know why it is not giving the output. Maybe the internet problem. Here you can see that. Okay, I will. Yes, the output have come. It is giving first true. In this case, it is giving true, and in the second case, it is giving false in the second line. Why? Because as you can see, there is two sets given, and each sets have the same values, but in a different sorting. This is Shakespeare here, and this is Shakespeare here in the middle. In the second case, this is the second case, writers. So actually, they're holding same values. So that's why in the first case it is giving you true. That they are holding same values. But actually, is the same? Are these the same sets? No, they are not the same sets. They are different sets. One is authors, one is for writers. One's sorting is something else, and the another was sorting is different. And also, they are holding different spaces in your storage. So they are technically different. By looking at this, you will get that they are same, but they are actually different. So that is why we use different signs. This sign will give you this sign will check the value difference. So the value are same, that is why it is giving true. But this sign will give you the reference difference, and their reference is different. First one is referred to another position of in your hard disk. The second one is referred or stored in another position in your hard disk. So that is why in that case it is giving false. So these are two signs you can use, and this is all about equality check. You can see there is nothing else. And in this ternary operator section, in the conditional expression, they have said that there is no ternary operator in Kotlin. Instead you can use an if-else statement. So uh, first I think I need to show you what is a ternary operator in Java. The ternary operator is actually looks like this, and the function is uh, I will show you live. I will hide all of these things first. First I will show you a little, then I will explain it to you. Don't worry. I will print something on screen, and here I will use the ternary operator. I will take a variable So the ternary, in the ternary operator, you can see that the first thing is the condition, and the second thing is the answer, and the third one is the else part. It should look like this. Like the first thing as a condition, so I will give a condition. If a is equals to 0, then it will print yes. Sorry, there will be a question mark. Otherwise, it will print no. Actually, it is giving the error because of this extra line. Okay, now you will see after I run it, it will give me the it is printing yes, because this is the ternary operator where you need to first mention your condition, and if it is valid or if it is true, then the first portion will get run or get performed, and if it is wrong, this condition, in that case the second portion will run. Otherwise it will not run the second portion. Like this, you can see if I change this value to something else, then the condition is not getting valid, so it will run the second portion. You can see it is running low, no. So this is actually the syntax of a ternary operator. It is nothing but just a if else statement in a very shortcut way. You can also write it like if a is equals to 0, then print yes, otherwise you have to take a else statement, then print no. You can also write it like this in any programming language, and this is the shortcut way which is called a ternary operator. This is the shortcut way of this if else statement or this condition. So here in Kotlin, that is not valid. You can't write this ternary operation in Kotlin. Instead, they have actually a different type of ternary operator. I mean a different syntax, which is actually a normally if else statement. Actually, it is they are calling it a. They are also said that it is a if else statement. It is not a syntax of a ternary operator. So it is just normally a if else statement, and actually in Kotlin, if else statement can be written in very shortcut way, in very simple manner, like a ternary operator in Java. That's why in Kotlin they don't need any ternary operator. Here you can see they have type of if, then the condition. So if the answer is yes, so this A will be printed, otherwise else this B will be printed. So the ternary operator is not needed in Kotlin, as the if else statement is also very short type of syntax in Kotlin. That's why they don't, in Kotlin they have not placed any ternary operation available. So this is all about control flow. Nothing more is there in control flow. Now I will come to the special classes. Sorry. Now I will come to the special classes. Before starting the special classes, I would like to tell you something, that special classes are something which is specially added in Kotlin. This is not available in Java. Okay, this is made with Java. Of course, the whole Kotlin is made with Java, but it is not available in Java. These classes are something which is new in Kotlin, and this is also not available in any other programming languages like Python or C++. So first, there is 4 types of special classes given. The first one is data classes. This is data class. To write a class, to mention a class as data class, whenever you are declaring the class, you need to just add a data syntax before it, by which you can make it as a data class. But I would like to show you live what is the difference between a normal class and a data class. I will open Kotlin IDE and I will show it here. I have already typed it before so that it will be quicker to understand. As you can see, a data class is written. I will remove this data syntax so that it will become a normal class. Now it has become a normal class, and I will explain it that this person class has three inputs in its constructor: name, role, and address. And whenever I am creating an object of this class in my main function, you can see that I am passing these three values: name, role, and address. And I will try to run this. I will try to print this variable inside a print function. Let's see what it will show on the screen. It is building the project. So here you can see the output is showing person at the some numbers. It is not printing the data inside this object of the person class. This is happening because I have given print function and I have passed the variable only. And what is actually the variable have? The variable is actually having an address of this object. This variable is not having all the data inside the object. The variable is just only having the address where this object is saved in your hard disk or in your storage. So that's why it is printing the location of that object. Okay, but if you want to print the data, then you need to uh, mention what it is, like this object dot name, something like that. In that case, you will see that it will print the data because it is the variable object. This variable dot name, it will, or name dot role, it will print the data directly. So if you want, suppose you have developed a big software, a very difficult software, and that have a lots of data inside a object, not only a name, ID, and address. That actually holds a lot of data, and actually, in general, in a real world application, if suppose you are creating a Facebook application, then any object you have to hold the whole data of a account, like what is he likes, his address, his new uploads, everything. That will create a long list inside that object. So if you try to print it one by one, then you have to type this again and again, print this, then again you have to print another line with address, like this. So in that case, the code readability will be low, and it will also take many time to code that things. It will be hard. Here you can see it is printing the role and the address. So that is why data class is introduced in Kotlin. I will show you what is the benefit of having a data class. I will just mention this class as a data class. Now you will see that this will run. If I run it, it will give me the value. But if I don't do it, instead I just print the object as before. Just object, passing the object will give me all the values on the output. See, it is giving me the name of the object of the class, then it is giving me all the values inside, name, address, and all. So this is one of the features that is available in data class. Data class have many other features also. uh, Data class have a lots of features actually. I cannot show you all, but I will show you another feature, that is you don't need to mention all of these things, like the name will be a string, role will be integer. You don't need to do all that. You just need to give the names only. Name, ID, rows, like that. Actually, I have told you something wrong, that no, you cannot delete this line. You have to declare, this will be the normal declaration, but you don't need to write these lines here. You can delete these lines. Okay. I just have hidden these lines. You can see the lines are hidden. Commented. The lines I have commented. So these lines are not present in this declaration right now. Now if I run the program, you will see it is again printing the data. But I didn't save all these values inside it. I didn't save it. I can also keep it blank. I can just keep this class as a blank line. You can see there is no extra lines. Still it will print the data. Yes, it is still printing the data. So the person, this data class is actually made for keeping data. So it will, yeah, so whenever, whatever features will be, whatever feature it actually necessary to give you the maximum flexibility to access any data in, if you are saving the data in a class. So this data class will have that features. Like there is another feature. You can see that the data class having something to copy. If you use this copy function, it will be easily copy all the variable data. If you use the toString function, that is also not available in an object of any classes, but it is available in data classes object. You can use toString, you can use copy. It will check. Sorry, if you use toString, it will it will make a string which will hold all this data one by one. So that is toString. Here another one is equals. Equals, by using equals, you can check if two data classes have the same values. You can have another data class with another name, and if they are having the same values in a different, if it is not, it will be not a matter if those data are kept in a different short way. If they are same data, so it will give you a positive result. That is a equal function. That is also not available in any object of any normal class. It also have some others. You can see some other pre-built functions also available in data classes. You can use. So this is the data class. This is all about a data class. Whatever I have explained to you, that is everything is written here. You can check it. So this is all about data class. There is nothing else. You can use this class data to only save your data, so that you can access it later in a shortcut way. You don't need to write long lines, much lines for accessing those data. It will be a shortcut to access these data inside this data sets. They they already have shown some example of some pre-built functions. I have mentioned you that it have a copy function, it have a hash code function. They have shown these two functions. So I will explain you the hash code function first. It is also not available in a normal class. It is only available in data classes. So here you can see they have created three data classes, and the first one is the name as a constructor. The first one is the name, and the second one is the ID. So whenever they are creating the hash code of these three classes, you can see in the output the first two are same and third one is different, because the first two, the first one is user and second one is second user, they are having same data inside it. That's why their hash code is also same. And the third one have different data, so that is why that it have different data. Now I will show you what is the copy function. You can see that they are printing the user.copy, and in the constructor they are giving max. So what it is doing, it is printing a user with a name max and ID as 1. What is happening? The user have a data as Alex and 1. So copy function will give you the same data. Copy function will give you the same object, just copied it. And if you change something here, you have to mention that you are changing the name. So that is why the name is changed only, but the ID remains same. And in the second line, it is again copying the user data, but changing the ID. So the name will be same as Alex, but the ID is changed. That is the copy function. Those are some functions shown here. There is nothing else. Now let's come to the enum classes. Uh, Here you can see that enum class is actually declared with the syntax enum before the class declaration. And in enum class, if you want to declare any variable, enum class is actually just for keeping the variables only. It is made for keeping variables, and it will give you those functions which is actually needed if you just want to toggle with the variables inside a class. I will show you. First, you need to notice it that they are mentioning three variables, but they didn't mention any. They didn't use any syntax like variable var, val, or they didn't also initialize the value of these variables. Nothing. They just written it just by giving some commas. They just separated it by comma, and this is how you can. As I have told you that enum class is built for keeping variables only. So that is why another short syntax is given here for keeping variable. You don't need to write anything. Whatever you will write here, it will take as a variable. So these three names are already taken as a variable. You do not need to write any var, val, or anything else. And with the values inside a enum class, here you can see, you can get the value like this, like the state dot running, like a function. You can access it very easily. Just by, I mean, you don't need to create an object of that class, of that enum class. You can just use it like a static, like it is a static class. Actually, in the background, it is actually a static class inside. That is how it is made. So it is actually a static class, and all these variable are actually a static variable. That's why without creating an object, you can access those variables. Here you can see they are saving this value in a variable. They are accessing it without creating an object. Just they are writing state dot running, the class dot the variable. And if they are in this case, this will give the value as a name. This will give it as a string, the running. It will give the value inside this variable state. It will saved as a string. I will run this program so that we can read the output. In the output, it is coming, it is running. So this is working. This is a switch case used. Another thing you have to notice that here it is also typed here, I think. No, it is not written here. Actually, enum class can also be used inside a switch case. Like you can see in the switch case, they have passed this value, and they are telling it that if the value is state, again they are accessing the classes variables without declaring, without creating any object again. So if the value inside the state is same as state.idle or state.running, this is a switch case. Whatever it will be, it will execute these lines. So in this case, this is getting valid state.running. As you can see that the state.running is saved here in this state. So that is why it is executed. Here is the another example here. That is the same thing they are doing. In this enum class, they also have introduced a constructor, that it will take a constructor. But whenever they are getting the value, you can see that here another thing to note is that in every variables they have kept some values inside. You can see that they have kept some values. So they have also created a function here, contains rate. It will give you yes or no or something like that. So whenever they are accessing, it is also accessing like the previous one as a static function or a static class. And they can also, you can see that from this variable they can also call the function. Okay, here you can also check it that without creating a variable, just they are placing the class name, then which one, the which variable, and then with that variable they are calling the function like this. So all of this is the feature in a enum classes. Enum class is actually meant another enum class is another thing which can keep data but in a different manner, and you can access it with a different manner. You can share, you have seen it that in data classes all the data are actually, this is also a data class, and the enum classes are also a data class, but the syntax is different, and all the functions they will give you, the pre-default functions, those are also different, but the both are for keeping data only. Okay, this both data class and enum class are for keeping data only. So there is nothing you need to see about enum classes. Now let's come to the silt class. Silt class lets you restrict the use of inheritance. Once you declare a class silt, it can only be subclassed from inside the same package. Otherwise, it cannot be subclassed out from outside the same package. Okay, so there is nothing interested to learn from a silt class. Silt class is nothing but just uh, in default, by default, you can create subclass from an open class from any package. I already have explained you in a first video that what is package. Package is nothing but the folders like this folders. Suppose you can say that this recording is a folder package, and if just just think about that this is not any video files. Just think that all this is a class files. So all this class will be said that they are from the same package recording. And if a file is in this, if a class file is in this capture folder, so that will be said that this is from a different package. This is the package is nothing to learn about. Package means the folder. So they are saying that if two classes are saved in a same package, then they can inherit each other. They can create a subclass from the parent class that can only be done inside the same package if you have mentioned it sealed. Otherwise, normally if you do not mention the sealed, in that case you can also create a subclass from a parent class from a different folder or a different package. That is the sealed class. There is nothing to learn about sealed class. Yes, now it is time for object keyword. It is something that will be very much needed to you whenever you will start making any softwares or any Android development applications. It is very much important. So listen to this object carefully, what it is. Okay, let's see what they have written here. To use the object keyword, you need to use like this. Object is just is a class. As you declare a class, they are declaring a do-auth class. But they are not writing, you don't need to write the class in the left side. You have to write instead the object. Object, it is written the syntax as object because the the purpose of this object keyword is to give you only a single object whenever you want to Whenever you try to create a new object of this class, it will not create a new object. It will give you the same reference to a single object each time. That's why it is named with the syntax object. If you do not understand what I have said, I will show you here. I will remove all these lines. I will just keep this array list and I will copy and make another array list. I think it would be better to show it in in Kotlin, because object is actually something which is only available in Kotlin. So I will show you from here. I will remove this data class. I will not remove this data class. I will try to create another instance of this data class. I will remove all the variables all in the constructor. It will just create the instance. It will just create the object of this person class, and the name will be obj1. I will give the name as obj1. Now what I will do, I will create another object, and the name will be different, object2. Now what I will do, I will print each one to show you that they are different. I will print each one. Actually, you cannot print it in a single line. So I will take another print expression. Okay, now let's see what happens. If I run it, I think I need to give a little space. So I will print the second one in a different line. But it is not going on a different line. So what I will do, I will add a space between this two output printing. It is giving me the error. I cannot do that. I can do anything to make a space between. What I will do, I will print a new line between those. Now see, it is printing. It is not printing the new line. Oh, it is taking so much time on some silly things. Okay, now you can check that this person's number is different and this person's reference number is different. That means those two objects are two different objects and they are taking different spaces in your hard disk or in your memory. So if you want to create if you want to create this the same, I mean if you want to take the same object, then you can either do it like this. Object 2 will be object 1. In that case, it will give you same reference. See, this is same reference. This is what our object keyword will do. Whenever you will, I will show you here, I will declare it as an object, not as a class. I will declare it as an object. If you declare object, then you do not need to give these signs, these brackets. And in object 2, I will again use this. I will try to create an object of this person. Now let's see what it will print. See, each time you can see that they are giving the same reference. That means it doesn't matter how much time you will call for an object of this class, it will give you a same object. It will just give you a reference of the same object. So that is why the syntax is object. Now if you ask me that why is it needed, if it is not an object, if it is a class, And if every time it is giving different syntaxes, if every time it is giving different syntaxes like this, then where is the issue? Where is the problem? The problem is that it is taking your space. And if you later in, you will after learning Android development or any other kind of software development, you will come to know that sometimes you will create some classes that will either calling, that will be used for calling any APIs, or that those classes will be very bigger in sizes. Okay, so in that case, and also in the programming part, in the coding part of that application, you will need to call that object again and again. So each time you will call that object in your program, they will create a new instance of the class, and they will take multiple spaces, and you will need to bother about it later that you have developed an application of 2 MB, but whenever the application is running in the mobile, it is actually taking 10 MB or 20 MB of size without any reason. That will happen because you have used some classes, and you have called the classes, you have called for object of those classes again and again, and those classes are very big in size. That's why it will take so much spaces, and it will also take your resources multiple times, like your CPU usage, it will take multiple times. That's why something is actually introduced in Java or in any object oriented language, that is singleton. Okay, singleton is actually the same thing. To make a singleton class, I mean, what is actually doing this object, what is actually this object is doing, object is actually creating a singleton. Singletons means the same, but that is the manual procedure. Whatever this object syntax is doing in shortcut, in the background, it is actually creating a singleton. That is, in the shortcut way, you are just mentioning object, and it is available in Kotlin as object, but in background it is creating a singleton. Now if you don't know what is a singleton, I will also show you that what is a singleton. I will show you the singleton, how you can create this object thing in any programming language, maybe in C++, in Python, where, or in Java, where there is no such things like this as object. So you can also create there a class which will again and again give you the same object, which will return you the same object again and again. You can also create that. That is called singleton. You can create that in any object-oriented programming language by this. Like, you have to create a function uh, in your class. First you have to create a variable as uh, suppose as instance or inst or obj. I will go for inst, and this variable will be a type of person, the same class, and I will mention it latent variable. That means it will get latent, means late initialized. So this is another syntax in Kotlin. If you mention it latent, so uh, the compiler will not give you any errors if they found that this variable is not still not initialized. If while creating the object of this class, if they found that this variable have not initialized, this variable have no data in it, is never used, in that case the compiler will not give you any error. If you mention that it will be late initialized, that means it will be initialized later. If you do not mention it, then in any object oriented language, it will throw you a error that your variable must give a value inside it, or it must be initialized. So that is latent. Now let's come to the our coding. We first have to create a variable like this. Then you can create a function, like we have to create a static function actually. static func. Oh, in the same, and you have to also create this class as static. If you are creating a function as static, then you have to create the class as static, expecting top level declaration. I think I have I forgotten the syntax for creating a static class or a static function in Kotlin. So what I will do, I will come to Java and I will try to make it in Java. I will create a class, a static class. So for creating a singleton in Java, I will create a class I will name it as singleton. Maybe the spelling is a little wrong. It will not matter. Inside this class, I will make a static variable as static init, and it will be a same singleton type variable, which will first I am holding it a null value. Then I will make a static function also as get instance. And I will also mention a constructor. Every classes have a default constructor, means if you are not passing anything, constructor means this class, whenever an object will be created of this class or any, it is actually available in every class. They have a default constructor. Whenever an object is created of that class, a default function will get run. That is called default constructor. Or something else also can be run. Like if you pass into arguments as the input, so that is another constructor. That is also called a constructor, but that is not the default one. That is another constructor. If you pass those values, then that functions will run whatever you will mention in that. So to edit your or override your default constructor, you have to write it like this. You have to create a function. You have to create public. No public. I will create void, and the constructor name should be same as the function name. Single, singleton. The spelling I wrote a wrong spelling. I think now the spelling is correct. Void singleton. Yes, this is the default constructor. So what will it do? It will, I have to write it. I have to write this constructor after this static variable. Otherwise, it will not detect that this init variable. So what this constructor will do, whenever the first object will be created of this class, then this constructor function will get run. And what this constructor function will do, it will actually save its own object to the init. Init means that variable I have created. It will save its own object inside this init. It is giving some kind of syntax error. Maybe I have done some mistakes. I have to check it. Yes, now it is fine. So like this, the default constructor is being created. Change to constructor. Yes, if it is a constructor, then you do not need to mention it is a void or it will have a return or anything else. Then you can I will make a static function also, get instance. What it will do, it will check if this init is null, then it will it will create an object of this singleton. It will create new singleton. Otherwise, else, I don't need to mention the else. I can just write it here. Otherwise, it will return init. Here I have to give the return type. The return type will be singleton type. As it will return a singleton, the init is actually a singleton variable. So I have to give the return type as singleton. This is basic Java syntax to create or declare a class and a function. So what it is doing, whenever the singleton, whenever an object you will try to create of this singleton class, this constructor will be run and it will save its own. This means its own object. So it will save this object to this init variable. This init variable. And you can also directly, as this is a static static member or static function, so to if you don't know what is a static function, then I need to explain to you also. So like I will create a non-static function here to make you understand. Just I will give the name as void func and I will do nothing. So if I try to, I have to create a variable first in my main function, singleton ss or singleton variable, anything you can give the name. I get confused when I give the name. Actually I have misspelled the spelling. Now it is okay. So singleton single, then whenever you will, suppose you want to run this function func. So if you try to run it as singleton this class dot func, you can see it will not be possible to run this because it is not possible to run this function because it is not static function. First you have to create an object, then this function will get created in your memory. But what is a static function? A static function or a static member or a static class. This is a static member. You can see this init is a static class, like static member. So whatever is actually introduced as static, that can be accessed without creating the object. That is the syntax static. That is the meaning of static. So here, as I have mentioned this get instance as static or this init as static, so you will see that without creating an object, I can use this init, or here also showing get instance. You can see it is showing get instance. So see, it is not giving any error as this get instance is a static member function, so it can be accessed without creating the object. You can see it. And as this function is returning a singleton, so that's why I can also save it inside this singleton single variable. I will run it, but before that I think I have done some mistakes that you cannot use the constructor for doing the singleton, and that will be very difficult to make. So I think I can get some errors. So what I will do, I will remove this constructor part. This is not needed. I will use this. I will use this get instance function. As you can see in my main function, I have created two variables, a single one and single two. And in both cases, I have used this singleton and this static function get instance. And now those, if I run this function, I will run it and I will show you the output. You will see that you can see that both having the same values. I already have told you this singleton at the rate this number means this is referring you to the object location. This is to the object location and both are giving you the same object location. That means they are getting the same object. Doesn't matter how many instances you try to create, doesn't matter. It will give you the same object. If I type at 3, singleton 3. So you will see that each time it will give you same address. That means it is giving you the output from here. This is the get instance function. Get instance function will do what? I will explain you. It will first check if this init variable is null. So it is null, that means no object is still created. So then it will create an object as new singleton and it will save this object to this init block. This init block, this null will get changed with this new address. Okay, then it will return this init. Otherwise, if this init block is already full with some value with the address, that means in this case, this second time case, it is already created. The init block, this init variable is already created in the second time because that is already created in the first time. And whenever you are calling this for creating a new instance for a new object of the singleton, then it is checking that the init block is not null. It is already present with some value. So in that case, it will not run this if statement. It will just return this value of this init variable. So that is why in the case of the second time and also in the case of this third time, they are returning the same value and they are not creating this new object here because the init is not null. Init is actually not null. That is why. But as the first case, in the first case, the init is actually null. That is why it is creating the new object in the first case. But it will not do again and again. This is called the singleton. This is how you can create manually a singleton class. And you can use this function. You can try to create an object of this function again and again. Doesn't matter. It will not create multiple objects. It will return you the same object again and again. Okay. This is how you can do it. And this things is actually done in Kotlin in the background part of this this object keyword. They are actually doing the same thing in the background. They are creating a singleton. But in a shortcut way, they are giving you this shortcut syntax to type it as an object, not as a class. In that case, they will do all other things by the compiler. You don't need to do anything like that. You just need to mention it as an object. I already have shown you that in this part that you just need to call it as object, not as a class. And doesn't matter how many times you will try to create this. You don't need to create the you don't need to type the bracket in the syntax in the case of object. And all of the time I will show you again. I will run it. All of the time it will give you the same output for each of this print. For object 1, object 2, you can see they are giving the same output. That means they are also doing the singleton thing in background. It will give you the same object each time you will call it. So this is very important thing. You will need it if you want to see that when will you need it. I can also show it to you, but it will take some time. Okay, I am showing it to you. I have to open the Android Studio. Hmm. So here in one of my app development named Calm Wallet, I will show you some object classes. In DAOs is actually whenever you will start learning development in some professional manner, you will learn that DAOs are those classes that will communicate with your database or that will communicate with your server, that will take your data to the server or that will take your data from the server to your device. That is the main purpose of DAO classes. And the name is only the DAO. The purpose is just connecting the database or the server with your application. But you can also give another name. So this is the DAO things. This is the DAO classes, and each of these DAO class, you can see that each of these DAO class actually calling a database which is available in Firebase. That means online is server. And here you can see that I have written it as object. Why? Because I will use this order DAO class many times. Here you can see how many times I have used it. I have used this order DAO in order dialog class, in order details, in another order details class, and many times. If I show you any more gig DAO, then I will show you how many times I have used this gig DAO class. I have used this gig DAO class almost 15 or 20 times. You can check it. Each time is showing here wherever I have used, and I can show you any of this in detail. Like I have used in a home class. I will show you by going there that I have used this gig DAO. I have used that gig DAO in. I have to find it where. Yes. No. Um. Where is it actually? First, I have imported this gig DAO. That is the use. Then I have used the functions inside this gig DAO here. You can see that gig collection. I am using the gig collection from this gig collection reference from gig.dao. Again and again I used it. So if I do not mention it as an object or as a singleton, then each time it will create the object. So that is why I have shown you that that's why I have shown you that if you do not want to take more spaces in your hard disk unnecessarily, in that case, whenever you will develop a real world software, you will need this object many times, or in Java, you will need the singleton many times. That's why I told you to listen to the object thing very carefully. If you didn't understand what is object, then please repeat this this 15-minute video. Go to the back and just repeat it. So that is all about object. Now let's come to the functional parts. All of the special classes have been finished. The Kotlin doesn't have any other special classes. Here you will see three types of functions. This is the first one is the higher order function, and this is actually made for adding any function to your already made class. That means if you want to first I will go to the IDE. Okay, you can see it here that I will make it as a class, not as an object. So this is the class person, and suppose it already have a function 1. I'm just I will not write anything inside. I'm just telling you that this person class have a function 1. So uh, either if we want to inherit it from this person class, so we can do it. In that case, we have to mention here mention it as an open class. Then we can inherit it through this person class. But in that case, if we inherit it, then we have to make another class. We have to make another class function 2, and you have to write that it is coming from the person class. We have to write it like that it is inheriting from the person class. So we have to create another class, and if we want to override this function 1 inside person class, then here we have to write override, then we have to write function 1, just like that. The class name will be person 2, and we have to write it like that we are overriding the function 1, this function 1. Yes, in that case also we have to mention it as open, so we can override it. So this is the general way of editing your class or editing your function. But there is another shortcut way that is explained in that is introduced in Kotlin, that is higher order function, where without going with the inheritance like this, without creating another class, without creating another function like this, we can just add a function to your previous class. So here is the syntax, and I will show you how they are doing it. They have a class which is named as, sorry, I did some mistake. Whatever I have told you just just recently, that is not the higher order function. That is something else. I will come to that later. That is actually extension function. Higher order function is passing function inside a function as a parameter. That is actually not possible in Java. In Java, you can pass any value, like you can pass any data type, integer, string, as you can pass it in your function also, and you can pass any data types to your class as a constructor also. But you cannot pass another function to your function like this. That is only possible in Kotlin, and this is the higher order function they are mentioning. This is the higher order function. You can see they have given the name as operation, and the function, this function will also have two inputs, and this function will have a return point. I mean, this function will have a output or a return statement, and the value will be integer. So this is the function. This function, actually the function is written here in a very shortcut way, that it will have two input and it will have one output as integer. And this function is getting as a input operator in this calculate function, and this calculate function will also have an output as an integer here. So what will it return? This function will return this operator function. That means it will run this operator function in this return statement, and you can see that this operation function also have two inputs, so they will use this x and this y as the input of this operation. So this is how you can use the function and pass it to another function, and you can use it. And here is how they are actually executing it. They have created a function as named sum, and what sum do? Sum will take two inputs x and y, and it will give you the output by additioning those values. And you can see here that they have created two variables. The first one is sum result, another one is mul result, multiply result. In the first case, they have shown you a syntax, and in the second case, they have shown you another syntax. Both are same. Both are same. In the first case, they are passing two values 4 and 5, and they are passing this sum function. They are passing this sum function. And in this line, you have learned what is the syntax to pass the function. Now here, they have used another syntax where they didn't mention any function name. They didn't use that function, the sum function. Instead, they have just declared it. They just have declared that function right here. They just have declared the syntax what actually stay inside a function right here. Right here, when they are giving the value, passing the value to the calculate function, they are declaring it. It is actually something called anonymous. Anonymous means nobody knows what is the name of this function. That is something called anonymous. In programming, this thing is called anonymous. So this is anonymous function they are passing that is not available anywhere. So this is the second syntax. You can use it. You can directly write it like this, that you will give a and b, and the output will be a into b. This is the function, and the sum is this sum function. There is nothing else. This is the higher order function. Now let's come to the lambda function. Okay. Lambda function is, which is actually available in many other object-oriented languages, like it is also available in Java, but the syntax is different. In Kotlin, the lambda function can be written in this 5 or 6 ways. They have 5 or 6 syntaxes in Kotlin, but in Java, the lambda function looks different. But they also have lambda function. Lambda function is nothing. It is just the normal function, but in a shortcut syntax. I mean, in a short syntax, you can write the full function in a shortcut syntax. Like here you can see they have taken a variable uppercase 1, and they are saying that they will give an input as a string. And first I will run this function, then I will show what is it actually printing. Each time it is printing a hello. So it is telling you that it will give a string as an input, and in the output it will get a string. This function will return a string as the output, so that is why it is written here as a string, and this string is the input. What is shown here in this bracket, that this will take an input as string. So this str is the string, and the main function they have used here is string dot uppercase. The uppercase is a by default function for every strings. It is available for every strings in Kotlin. Maybe it is also available in Java, I don't know. So here you will have to write the statements, whatever you want to do. In this part you have to write the statements. All of this part, this is general part, you have to write it. And in the second line they have shown that you can also skip some part in this line, like they have taken the input str, but they didn't mention what type of data type this str is. You don't need to mention it in here, because you already have mentioned that it will take string as input. So the compiler will understood that str will be a string. In the third line, they have shown you another more shortcut way, that you do not need to mention what type of data type you are passing here, what kind of data type value you are passing here. You can see that this is not written here, so you do not need to mention it, but you need to mention it somewhere at any point. So it is mentioned here inside the function. They have mentioned that the str will be a string, so whenever the compiler will see that we are passing in string, it will be valid, it will not throw any error. And this is another line, this is also valid. In this line you do not need to either mention it here, or you do not neither you need to mention here. Nowhere they have mentioned that they are taking a string. the compiler will understood it automatically that they are taking a value input as a string. So, and this is the another case where you are mentioning you are taking a string, but in this execution part you are not mentioning that it will take an input. Instead, it will use it. It means, I will show you what is it. It is something a scope function. In Kotlin, there have lots of scope function like let, run, with, apply also. I will come to it. For now, just understood what is it. In any function, like here you can see, in any function, you can use this it. It will means that whatever is coming input in this function, that you can refer as a it. If it doesn't have a name, in that case you can refer it as a it. So you do not need to only mention it in the lambda function. You can use it anywhere in Kotlin. If your function if your function in your function, if the function is taking something in input, and if the input it doesn't have any names like this, here you can see that this function is taking input as a string, but the name is not written anywhere, the variable name. So you can refer it as a it. This is valid. And in the last case, they have shown you they neither have any this is another syntax where they do not mention any it, but still they're doing it. This is the last case you can do, and each of this thing will print the uppercase value whichever will be passed inside this functions. So you can see each time they are passing a value hello, and this will just make the uppercase of the cell and print it. This is everything about lambda function. Lambda function is actually what is optional. You do not need to learn about it much because nobody actually almost nobody use the lambda function. Okay, because these syntax are little hard to remember. Okay, actually it is very short. It is very short functions, very short syntax, but it is a little hard to remember because basically whatever we type much, that actually get saved in our memory. So most of the time we will use the normal function declaration, normal function using normal function execution, normal declaration. So that will be saved in our memory. Mm, we cannot use this lambda functions because we do not use it, so it will not come in our memory when we will need it. We will use that we use most of the time. So that's why nobody use this lambda function much. If you want, you can use it, otherwise it is optional. You don't need to go in details with this lambda functions. Now let's come to the extension function. I already have explained you a little when I tried to explain you about higher order functions. As a mistake I have explained you about extension function. I will repeat that again. First I will see is my mic on. Hello. Yes, the mic is okay. So extension function is that I already have shown you. If in this person class, sorry, this is the first class person I have written here. So in this class I have mentioned a function as function1. So if I want to override this function, I have to take the I have to create another child function that will be a child of this parent. Sorry, those every of this is not a function. All of them are a class. So if I want to edit anything inside this class, like any function or any other variables, in that case I have to take another child class, and this child class will be the child of this parent class. In then we can override this function, or also we can add another function. Anything we can add another function to here. Okay, or we can also override the first function like this. This is the syntax. So this is the basic syntax to override any previous function inside any previous class, or to add another function to your previous class. In that case you have to create another class, and that class you have to inherit it from your previous class. But Kotlin have introduced something new in a something short way, how you can add a function without taking a child class. Without taking a child class from a parent class, you can add a function to that class. You do not need to create any child class in this case. This is a shortcut way. Here you can see that this is the class they are mentioning as the main class order. This is the main class order class, and they are adding this function in this order class. This is the syntax how you can add a function in your any class. If you remove this part, if you remove this part from here to here, then if you write this in your IDE from here to here, then it will understand, the IDE will understand that you want to call this max price item value function from the order class, and if it is not present in your order class, then it will show that it is not present in your order class. But after this, if you write this, the semicolon and all of this, then it will take it as the declaration of this function, and it will also add this function to your previous class, the order class. It will add it. Here you can see they have added another function. This function will, what this function will do, this function will, here they have used a by default function, that is max by or null. So this max by or null take each of the item what is present in the list and give you the maximum value and print it on the screen. And in the by default, if no value is there in this item list, by default it will print 0f. 0f means 0 in uh, float value. F means float. And in the second case, it will write no products. This is for name and this is for the value. And you can see here that in the main function, what they have done, they have created a list of order. Sorry, they have created a variable as order, and they have called for the object of this order class, and inside this order class they have passed this list. This is the list of 3 items: bread, wine and water, and the price is also given here. And now you can see that they are printing 3 lines. In the first line they are printing order dot max price item. In the second line they are printing order dot max price item value. And you already have seen here that the order, whenever you are they have declared this order class, they didn't, the order class didn't have any function with this name max price item or max price value. They added it later. You can see here that they added 2 functions later here. So this is how you can add any function to any class later. But it also have some drawbacks. You can use it instead of taking inheritance. I already explained you about inheritance. I also have shown you that you can create a child class, then you can override your previous function, then you can create another function for the previous class person. That is called inheritance. So instead of using inheritance, you can use this extension function. You can add a function in your previous class like this. But it has some drawbacks, and now I will go to the drawbacks. I will show you something as a drawback that is actually given on this link, some details of in extension functions. So what they have shown here as a drawback, that the first class is example class and it have a function print function type. So again they are trying to add the same function here, print function type. That means they are trying to override the previous function available in that class. In that case, it should print extension function. But now I will run this program. You can see that it is not printing the extension function. It is printing the class method. That means it is not, this line is not valid. And also you can see it is giving some error that this line is not valid. You cannot overwrite any function from your class. You just can add another class. You just can extend the function. You cannot overwrite it. Okay, this is the drawback of extension functions, that you can only extend it. But in inheritance, you can extend it, you can overwrite it, you can do anything. But in this extension function, it is only used for extending any, adding a new function. That's it. Not for overriding. You cannot override this function. You have checked this, that it is printing its by default value. It is not using this new value what is given here, overriding it. This is not valid. This is the drawback. So external function is nothing else. This is this thing. Now I will come to collection. So if you don't know what is a collection, then first I will give you a little brief about collection. What is a collection? Collection actually have some pre-built classes like list, set, maps, and it is available in every object-oriented language, in Java, Python, C++, everywhere. So it is also available in Kotlin. It is actually nothing about the programming language. It is actually a part of data structure. And if you have read about data structure, then you already know what is a collection. But if you do not read data structure, then data structure actually the particular book of programming, where the programming is given from 0 to 100%, from start to the finish. And that is actually, data structure is a book of programming logics, where programming is in that data structure syllabus. The data structure is actually covering everything that can come in a programming, like some new functions, some new conditions, how you can optimize your program. Data structure also have all sorting techniques. Data structure includes all searching techniques. Everything comes in data structure, and collection is also a part of data structure. So I have found an image of collection classes here. Collection is actually an interface. An interface is also, you can call it a class, but actually it is not a class technically, but you can call it it is a class. And these four are also the subclasses, or actually it is sub interfaces. And these are actually the classes. You can see here that with this dotted border, these are actually the classes built with these interfaces. This is actually the interface. Now I will tell you that what is the meaning of these things. Actually, collection have some pre-built data types. Not pre-built, sorry. Collection have some custom data types. If you are getting worried about what is a data type, if you are that much beginner that you don't know what is a data type, then I have to show you by opening any IDE. In every programming language, the data type means the integers, the string, the float. These are the data type. These are called the data type. Actually, in this example, there is no data type given. So I will come to Java. Here you can see that uh, if I will just take an example. Like if I take an integer here, int a, then this is the data type int. This a variable is a data type of integer. If I take a string, then this string is a data type. Type means what type of data this data is. What type of this data hold. That is data type. String means some writings. Integer means numbers without dot. And float and double means the number which have dot in the middle. Hmm. That are data types. And this string, int, these are pre-built data types that is present in every programming languages. But here you can see that this array is also have a data type, that is array list. This array 2 is also having a data type, that is array list. These are called custom data types. You can call it a customized data type. That means it is made by someone with these pre-built data types for for validating some purpose, for validating some particular purpose. That means this data type array list, it is also actually uh, it is present in Java. It is also present in every object-oriented language. But this is not a data type that is that have started. I mean that is already inbuilt in this programming language. It is not inbuilt. It is actually custom made. Like if I go to the details of an array list, then you can see that array list is a class, array list dot class, and these are all the codings inside the array list data type. These are the codings. That means it is also a class. It is also a class that is made by someone. And yes, it is given in your IDE or in your Java or in your Kotlin, but it is not something that is pre-built, or the word is actually called, that is called built-in data types. Or and I will come to the example. This int, float, string are actually built-in data type, and this array list, linked list, queue list, stack, queue, they are the part of data structure. They are the part of collection, and they are actually human-made data types or user-made data types. As you can see, this is how it is made. Okay, but you cannot see in details about a string or about an integer. If I type here int and I try to open it, there is nothing. You cannot go inside a int, but you can go inside a array list. That is why it is man-made data type for happening, or for some particular purpose it is made. This is called man-made data type, and collection is nothing but some man-made data types. This array list, vector, linked list, priority queue, queue, tree set, hash set, map, everything of these are they have some purpose, and the purpose is mainly to optimize your coding. You can use it or you cannot use it in your software or in your program. But if you use it, your software will look more optimized. That means it will take lesser time, it will take lesser data in your hard disks or in your storage, or it will take lesser time to execute the software. It will run faster. It will run faster, very fast. That is why these data types are used. This is the collection, and now I will explain you what is a list, what is a queue, and what is a set, and what is a map. List is nothing. It is just a dynamic array. You already know what is the array. Okay. If I type here like this, that int, then this is a integer type of array. Array means array means a block. Array means just a block. I will show you the image of an array. This is the array. Array means a block where the data is kept one by one, and this array is having a size of 1 2 3 4 5, and all of this, and every array have an index. This is index 1, sorry, this is index 0, and so on. This is the array, and here you can see the syntax is ARR, or your array name. Then you have to give the third bracket, and inside it you have to mention the size of the array. And this is a static array. This is a static array where you first need to mention the size, then your compiler will take the size in your hard disk, and will keep it for saving your data. That is a static array. But there is something called dynamic array that is also present in C language. C, but in C language, dynamic array is The syntax of dynamic array is a little different. In C language, dynamic array syntax starts with malloc and calloc. That is something a different thing. That are pre-built dynamic functions or pre-built dynamic system. But in object-oriented language, this is not any pre-built dynamic data type. This is all custom made. I already have explained you that. And this array list, vector, linked list, all of the part of this list interface are actually dynamic array. Dynamic array have a function, have a feature where it is called dynamic because you do not need to mention the size statically. You do not need to mention the size. In static array, you have to mention the size, and the compiler will allocate a memory in your hard disk for storing your data. But in dynamic array, you do not need to mention the size. You can add one by one unlimited times, and you can also remove one by one unlimited times. Like here, you can see it is using array list. A class, it is using a class array list, and it is creating a new object of array list in Java, and it will hold some integer data inside it. I will show you how you can add integer data here. You have to use a function, add function. You can also use a function remove, and there also have some other functions. And you have to mention the index inside this remove. And this is the data 5 I am adding in this array. I can also add another data like this. This is the syntax to add data in dynamic array. So dynamic array have some different, this inbuilt function array list that is already given and made by someone and given in your Java pre-installed. They have some by default features or a function. Those are these functions. Like there is a function which will give you the size of this array. That means how many items you have added, how many items are there in this array list. That will be returned in this if you use the size function. Then there is one function as sort. So if you use sort function, you do not need to while coding, you do not need to create your own sorting algorithm. And you know that if you are creating a sorting algorithm while you are in a competition, it will take almost 10 minutes if you are creating a very valid sorting algorithm. Have you heard about any competitions, coding competitions? If you do not know what is a coding competition, then just please search about it. What is a coding competition? That is a very good thing. You can also try that, and it will increase your coding skills, coding knowledges, and also data structures knowledge. So in coding, in competitive coding, they will it will have will only have very short amount of time in your hand for making a code, making a program. In that time, you cannot create your own sorting algorithm as you have a very less time. So that's why all these classes, all of this, not only this list class, all of queue, set, map, they have some pre-built functions inside it. Like in this array list class, if I go in detail in this array list class, you will see that all the functions are written here by hand, like new capacity. If I find this short here, the short function, here is the short function. You can see this is the short function they have created. This is how the background is working for sorting inside this array list, inside this list. So I will show you some other functions like add all. If you use add all and inside the as an input, if you pass another array list, like if I use add all and pass array 2, then it will insert all the data which is in array 2. It will insert it into array 1. Like there are some more functions that you will need sometime, like a comparator function, sorry, iterator function. I already have explained you what is the iterator function. Then remove all function is there, retain all, splitter. This will split your data using some condition. Then to array. Can you see this to array? And can you see this third bracket here? So can you guess what does it mean? It will return you a static array using this dynamic array. Okay, this is also a very important function. And there is some function like wait. So here you can see that you need to pass a time. Timeout means millisecond. You have to pass a long value which will be a millisecond and it will wait for that time. It will stop. The array list will get stopped for that time, get logged. So there are some many functions, and in all of these classes, collection classes, they all have some important function inbuilt that will be handy whenever you are coding or writing a big program. You do not need to write those functions on your own. You do not need to write a sorting algorithm. You do not need to write a searching algorithm. All of them are inside in this classes. So this is the array list. This is the array list. It is a dynamic array, nothing else. And then you can see the vector. Vector is also an array list. The only difference is that array list is not thread safe and vector is thread safe. If you never heard about what is a thread, then I will come to the task manager. Here you can see that there is showing logical processors. That means you have a 6-core processor. So my processor has 6 cores and 12 threads. This logical processor is actually threads. In your computer, anything you do, that is actually thread means the hand of your processor. Everything you do in your computer, that is actually get divided into the threads. So suppose if you are using an array list, so it will get used by your thread, one thread, and maybe you are running at the same time another program. So that is also maybe using your same array list. In that case, your data maybe get corrupted. Can you understand what I want to say you? What I'm trying to say you that if you are adding a data right now in array list and at the same time in another class in another program at the same time you are adding another data into the same array, the array should be same. In that case, the array is actually getting used by multiple threads. In that time, the data can get corrupted. The data can happen anything with the data. It can happen anything with the data. Maybe the data can be overwritten. The data can be deleted. The data can be corrupted. Anything can happen. So that is why we need something that is thread safe. That is the vector. Vector is the same as array list, but it is thread safe, or you can call it synchronized, and the array list will be called asynchronized. Synchronized and asynchronized means the same, that it is thread safe and it is not thread safe. And what is the system of a thread safe thing? The thread safe object will not let you access it with another thread whenever it is being used by a particular thread. Maybe this array, if I use a vector instead of this array list here, then this array can only be used only from one thread at a time, and other threads will get restricted from using that array at that time. After getting finished of the job from the first thread, then it can be used from the another thread. That is thread safe. This is the only difference between an array list and a vector. Otherwise the syntax is a little different, the name is different, otherwise all the other things are same inside it. The both are dynamic array, nothing else. And another thing is there, that is linked list. That is something you need to learn in detail. First, I will show you an image of how a linked list works. If you just search a linked list and go to the image in Google, you will find a photo of a linked list. I will go with this photo. In this image, you are seeing that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 nodes are there. All of these nodes are actually holding data like an array. I have shown you an array image. I will again show you how an array looks. The array actually looks like this. This is a static array where each data is kept one by one. But in the case of dynamic array, not dynamic array, in the case of linked list, the data is not kept one by one. They are linked with each other. Each node in this case holding two data. One is the main data. This is integer 15, which is kept in this block, and another block is having the address of its next node that is saved in this previous node. As you can see that this node is having 3600 as an address in the hard disk in your storage, and this node is having 4000 as a address in the inside a hard disk. So the previous node have a reference of this next node's address, and its previous node also having a reference of this 3600 address inside it. This is how linked list works. Linked list do not keep the data one by one. Linked list keep the data anywhere. It can keep your data anywhere in your hard disk or in your storage. It will just link all the nodes or all the blocks with this system, with this procedure. It will just keep the address of the next node in your hard disk. So if you are accessing a linked list, then it will first give you, if you are accessing an object of a linked list class, then it will first give you the first block, that is the head block, that is called the head block. So what the head block do? Head block will keep the address of the next block, and it will go on one by one. You can see that it is going on one by one, and the last block will have no next addresses because there is no next block. So that is why it will keep a null value in its address. So whenever a null will come, then the compiler will understood that the linked list is finished. There are no more blocks in the linked list. That is how a linked list works. And linked list have some feature function. You can understood by seeing that image that you can add unlimited node in spite of the size. Despite of the size, you can add unlimited nodes, because if I told you that just remove this null and add another block and give the address, you can do that. You just need to add another block and you have to save the address of that block in this null point at this position. This is how a linked list works, and it is also keeping the address as an array, but only the blueprint is different from a normal array. Only the blueprint is different. So that is a linked list. Now let's come to the queue. I think you already know what is the meaning of a queue. If you are a very beginner, if you don't know what is queue, then this is a queue. Queue means where people or a particular thing is getting lined one by one, and it will finish from the beginning. As you know that whenever you are on a ticket counter, then you come one by one and stay at each other's back position. Then the first one get his ticket at first, and at the last person get his ticket at the last. This is the system of a queue, that something will get pushed and the first one will get pushed, the first one will get popped here, and the last one will be there. He will get popped or he will get out of this list at the last. That is how a linked list work. Sorry, that is the queue. And at the same time, you also need to know what is a stack. Stack is where, first I will give you a real world example that how you keep your book one by one on each other's top position. That is called a stack. Stack means you are stacking the items on each other's upper side, and whenever you will need to get it out, basically normally you will take the top ones first. You cannot take the bottom one because it have a very weight of all other items in the upper side of it. So you have to take the first one. You have to take the last one that is get inserted. So in the book list, whatever you will keep at the last on the upper side, that you have to take first. That is why stack is called last in first out. Here you can see a word last in first out. In short form, it is called LIFO. But in the case of queue, it is called FIFO. I don't know where it is written. In the case of queue, it is called FIFO. That means first in, first out. Who will get inserted first? The first one will get removed from the list at first. So first in, first out. That is called FIFO. This is FIFO and the stack is LIFO. There are some different names. So this is the blueprint of a queue. And here you can see again it is written that the queue interface is using by a linked list class. And you will get confused that linked list is also present in list and it is also present in queue. I will explain you. That is why all of these classes are called man-made or human-made, because they all are made for doing some purposes, for fulfilling some purposes. But they all are made by each other, with each other. Like array list is made with some arrays, just keeping the data connected with each other. This is the blueprint that all of these data are made with just keeping the data and connecting it with each other and having the reference of it. You have seen the blueprint of a linked list, you have seen the blueprint of an array list, and you also have seen a blueprint of a normal static array. You also have understood what is a queue, how it is working. So you can make the queue with linked list. That is why the linked list is present here. Linked list class is using the interface queue. How you can create a queue with linked list? To understand that, you have to come to this linked list image. As you can see, you can also use this blueprint or the blueprint of a linked list for making a queue. I already have explained you how a queue works. The first will get inserted, the first will get removed. Okay. So now in this linked list image, if I told you that you have to do the same thing here, can you do that? To do that, you have to access the last element, then the previous element of the last element, then the previous element. By doing this, you can remove the first one get inserted, you can remove it at first. So that is how you can make a queue using a linked list. And this is a one-way linked list. For doing what I am telling you, as you want to go back, this linked list cannot go back. As you can see, this node do not have the reference of the previous node. So this is a right directional linked list. But I will show you there you can make another linked list that is called doubly linked list or double linked list, where each node will have reference of each other, of its previous one, of its next one. Like the first node is having a null value at its previous one because this is the starting node. and the last node also having the null value at its right position, because there is no other node at its right side. But all other nodes are in this image. You can see all other nodes are having three blocks. The middle one is for keeping the data, and the left one is for keeping the left side's reference, left side block's reference, and the right block is keeping the data of this right side block, right side node's reference. That is a doubly linked list, as you can see, or a double linked list. So this, by using a double linked list, you can make a queue, because now if I told you that you just need to uh, as a queue, you just need to remove the data from the last, whoever have inserted first. So you can do that from this double linked list. You have to just take the last value and you have to go each time to the left one by one. That is how you can use a doubly linked list for creating a queue. And the next class is priority queue. Priority queue is nothing but just a shorted queue. I will show you something in the IDE. I will not code anything. I will just type something. Suppose you are adding some data in a queue randomly. Suppose you are adding 5, it will be here. If you are adding 3, it will be here. 4. If you are adding 77, it will go one by one, and it will get connected with each other one by one. So right now, whenever you will call, whenever you will ask for or pop, you will use the pop function to get the data from this linked list. What will you get first? You will get this 5 first. Okay. Or if you are iterating through the left side, maybe you are using a doubly linked list, and you can, in the doubly linked list, you can iterate from the right side and from the left side, both side. I have shown you. So if you are iterating from the left side, then first you will get 2. Then on the next call you will get 55. Then on the next iterating, you will get 77. On the next iteration you will get 4, and the next iteration you will get 5. As you can see, the data is kept just as you have inserted it. But in the case of priority linked list, all the data will be kept in a sorted manner. Like, I will take another example. In the case of priority queue, if I add 5 first, it will stay here. Then if I add 44, it will also stay here. But if then I will add 3, it will not get connected in the left side of 44. It will get sorted and it will come to the first position. Then if I again add 22, it should be here in the case of a normal queue, but in a priority queue, it will come to the right side position of the 44. So whenever you will pop data or iterate data in this queue, then the 3 will come out, then the 5 will come out, then the 22 will come out, then 44 will come out. So you have seen that all the data in a normal queue have kept how you add it one by one. But in the case of priority queue, it have kept in a sorted manner. And whenever you will iterate through the data in a priority queue, or you will pop data from a priority queue, it will get out in a sorted manner. And you can also reverse it. You can get the data from this bigger size to the smaller size. You can get the data in a reversed manner by using any function, prebuilt function, that is available inside this priority queue class. Some prebuilt function is there by which you can reverse it. This is all about a queue. Now let's come to the set. Now let's come to the set and the map. Set and the map are related things. They are almost same. I will show you the difference between set and map. I have opened the article. Here you can see a line that the main difference in set and map is that set is unordered and contain different elements, whereas map contain the data in a key value pair. You can see there is a word used, key value pair. So now a question is coming in your mind, what is a key value pair? Okay, this is a key value pair. I already have told you that all the data in a where is it? I have told you that all the data in these classes are actually accessed by just as an array, just keeping it either one by one or just taking it and keeping it by with a reference of a particular data block in your hard disk. Each of this class will actually do the same thing. So now in the case of set and map, it will also be the same thing, but it will look different. The blueprint will be a little different. In the case of mapping, it will keep your data. As you can see, these rows are this row. There are 4 rows and 2 columns in each row. So these rows are actually the block of your data, and each block will have 2 data inside it. The first one will be the key, the second one will be the data or the value, key value. That is why it is called key value pair. Here you can see on also in this example that there have 4 data. This is there is the 4 block of data, and each block will keep 2 type of data. Each block will keep the key of the data and the value of the data. The value is the actual data. Value is the actual data, and key is the reference by which you can access it. Key is the reference by which you can access it. Like in a practical example, I will show you. If I create a map, I will use a hash map. I will come what is a hash map, but before I will create a hash map, I will keep it. I will keep 2 things: a string, another will be integer. Or you can also keep 2 strings. You can keep any data type, any 2 data type. The first one will be your key, and the second one will be your value. The first one will be your key, and the second one will be your value. You can either keep integer here or string here, or you can keep any one. You can keep string in both, you can keep integer in both, or you can keep your any custom data type, whichever you have made by your own. You can also use that here. So I am creating a map. I will name it as map. The hash map has been created. Now to add a data, you have to use the add function. Put function. You have to use the put function, and in this put function, you can see that the details are showing that the key will be a string and the value will be an integer. Whatever I have given here, string and integer, and it will return an integer whenever you will ask for it. It is actually, this function will actually returning an integer, and the integer will be the reference of it maybe. So I will add, I will have the key as name. I will also change it to string, and the name I will add name as key. The value I will keep as Maharaj. The first data I have inserted. This is the first block of data inside this map. The second one I will keep role. As the role I will place 34. So now the data has been inserted. Two data has been inserted in a key value pair, and whenever I will call for it, I have to use either the key or the value. Actually, basically you have to use the key. So to get it, you can see the get function here, that you have to get it by passing the key, and you can see that it is taking an object. Object is the superclass of every data type in Java. That is why it is written object, so that you can pass the key as a generic. You can pass a name, you can pass a string, you can pass an integer, you can pass anything. Object is something like a generic. I already have explained what is a generic, so that you can pass anything inside a function. So you have to access it by giving the key. So in this case, I will give the key, pass the key as name, because I have two data. One is name, one is role. If you ask me to show this by printing, I can show you by printing it on the screen. Now I will print it. There are some other printings here. I will just remove those things. I will remove all these classes and everything from the list. Now I will run it. Let's see what it will print. As you can see, it is printing the data that is present as the value with the name, with the key name. The key is the name and the value is Maharaj. This is how you can use a key value pair, and this is the blueprint how a key value pair works. This is the blueprint. And in the case of set, set is just keeping a single block of data. If I search set in Java, as you can see, the set is just keeping the data one by one and linking each other, linking each of these are linked, each of these are linked with each other. That means their address are actually linked with each other. So maybe it have also made with a linked list. You can see this, that this image is looking, where is the image? That image is looking like a linked list. All of these are some blocks and they are connected with each other. How they can connect it with each other? By only by keeping the reference of the address. So this is the set. In set, you cannot use the key value pair. If I change it to a set, I will change it to a hash set. Then I cannot keep two data here. I only have to give one data, because it is not a key value pair system. As you can see that hash set object has been created, but it cannot let you put two data. You have to put one data at a time. I mean, the data blocks will not have partitioned in two. It will have only single partition in each data block. And in the case of set, I think there is no put function. I think the name will be add. Yes, the name will be add function. The adding function will name as add. But to iterate through the data, I will check whatever function is there to get the data. Okay, to get the data, you cannot use any get functions. In the case of set, as the set is not a particular structure of an array, it is not a structure of an array. A set means it will just keep your data. Okay, set means it will just keep your data one by one. But the access of the data inside this set is a little different than a normal array or any dynamic array. In dynamic array, you can access any one of the data. Like if you are trying to access the 10th position data, then you can access it immediately. But in the case of set, the accessing is a little different. Like you cannot, as you can see, there is no function here by which you can get the 10th position data. There are some functions um, like contains. By using contains, as you can see here, it is written here, it will return true if this set contains the specified element. That means if I use contain and pass a value here, like if I if I use this contain and pass name, as I have added name and role, so if I use contain function and pass name inside the double inverted comma, then it will reply me in yes or true or false, in yes or no, that is it having the data or no. Contains all, there is another function contain all, where you can give multiple data in a collection manner in a list. As a list, you can pass a list of multiple data, and this function will return you if all of the data are actually present inside this set. And there is another function is empty. It will return you if the set is actually empty or not. There is another function remove. You can remove any particular object. You can remove it. If you want, you can remove name. Just give remove, then in double inverted comma, just pass name. And if it is getting deleted, then it will pass you a boolean data, that means true or false. That is it deleted or not. If it is deleted, it will give you true. There is another interesting function, that is toArray. What this toArray will do, you can see there is a double inverted, there is a third bracket, there's two third brackets. It's meaning that it is returning an array. It is returning an array, normal array. From this set, it will convert it to a normal array, dynamic array, and it will return it to you. There is another function iterator. I have already explained you what is the iterator function, so that you can iterate through the data one by one. If you use iterator, it will print each of this data, or it will give you the access of each of the data one by one. Not any particular position. You have to access it one by one. With the iterator function, you cannot go at the first to the 10th position in this list. You have to get from 0 to the 10th position one by one. That is how iterator works. It iterates to the 0th position to the last position, but one by one. It will increment the position at one each time. There is another function, that is for each. By using for each, you can run another any other job or any other function for each of this data one by one. If you use for each, it will iterate through the data, and whatever function you will pass here in this function, inside this function, it will do that for each of this data. There is this kind of functions present in set. Set is also an array, but it will not let you access the data like an array. It will just keep the data it will just keep the data like a stack. I mean like a book. It will just keep your data. But to access it, it will be a little different to access the data. I have shown you that the functions are little different than a normal array or a dynamic array. And I already have explained you what is a map. Map will keep your data in a key value pair, so that you can access any particular data using your key. You have given role, name, college, address, but whenever you need an address, you can access it directly. You just need to give the key of the data. You almost have learned everything about collection. Now I will explain you the meaning of these three things. The first one is tree, the second one is hash, the third one is linked hash. And you can see this, those three things are also present here: tree, hash, and linked hash. I already have explained you what is a linked list, and linked hash is a mixture of linked list and hash. I will come to that later. First I will explain you what is a tree and what is a hash. This is the hash. This is the hash number. Hash is just a inscription of your data. Inscription means it will convert your data, it will hide your data to something else, and using that code you can also decrypt your data back. And the encrypting your data have some, I mean, whenever whatever function is actually encrypting your data, that is not doing randomly. The function will have some logic behind it, like maybe it will encrypt it with the first with maybe it will switch all of these characters by 2. I mean, here it is t, the first character is t, so hash function will make it v. The next the two next position, it will just convert it to v. I mean, it will just after t it comes u, then it comes v, so it will convert it to v. Then h, it will convert h to uh, j, it will convert it to j. Like this, it will convert each of this character, and that will be your hash code. Okay, that is actually not hash, that is how inscription works. Inscripting means just hiding your code so that it can be secured, it can be sent securely, nobody can read it easily. Only the person you will sending it, only he will know how he can read the code, because he will know that all the words he have to uh, uh, I mean, he have to get two words, two characters back. That's how we know how to decrypt the data. That is encryption and decryption. Hash is also works with encryption description logic. It will have some logic in the function, hash function. So the hash function will run on your data. The data can be anything. The data can be string, the data can be integer, anything. The hash function will convert it to some particular code, and those code will always be unique. These codes are always be unique. Maybe you are keeping two datas which are almost same. Maybe this second line and the third line, you can see that both are same. You can see that both are same. Only one word is different, the runs and the walks. And you can see the hash sum is different. If the two lines will be almost same, then the hash function will also be same. Hash function will also be same because this is not doing randomly. Hash function has some logic. It is changing this data logically to something. So that's why if these two lines will be same, then the two hash code will also be same. So hash code is a kind of encrypted data. It can be decrypted back to your original code. And in programming, hash code is not actually used for keeping your data safe. The reason of using hash code in I will come to the image. Here you can say they have created set. They have created set using hash, and they have also created map using hash. They have created table using hash. They are using this hash technology in coding, not for securing the data. This is actually being used so that it can be identified easily. That means Suppose you have these three data sets. You have these three data sets, or you have multiple data sets. Maybe in the bottom side you have more. You have a thousand data sets. Maybe you are creating a big software, and you already know that each of the big softwares like Facebook, Amazon, or any applications, they have lots of data inside their server. So there will be lots of data back to back. In that case, maybe you are needed to find something particularly. Maybe you are needed to find your orders in your Amazon. Maybe you need to find your orders. You need to see your my order section. So in in the all data to find it, it will be difficult to find it with only the text. In that case, if they use hash sum, it will be quicker. Whatever I have told you just now, I know it is a little bit difficult to understand. I will try to explain it to you. I will show you something in the IDE. Suppose I'll create another array list. I'm creating an array list of which will hold string values, and inside it I will add my name and anything more. I've added some words, some strings inside this array. So whenever I need to access it, I can access it like get. I have to give the index. I can access it with index. So accessing the data with index is easy because the compiler already have know that at which index they have to download that at which index the compiler need to follow to get the data, because it is accessing with the index. It is not accessing with the data. But if I want to search, if I don't know the index, in that case what will happen? If I want to search that which index this Sudipto is present, this Sudipto word or this Maharaj word, is it present in this array or not? I will find that is there any function like that? Contents, yes. There is a function contents. Contents do what? Contents find if the item is present on it or not. So I will use contents, and inside it I will give my word. So in this case, what will happen? This will check if the word is present inside this array, and it will return me true if it is present, otherwise it will return me false. So how will it do it? It will do it just by iterating through all of the words one by one. So in this case, this is a set of three words. But if you have a very large data set, maybe the data set is having thousands or lakhs of data or millions of data. In that case, if you want to find a particular word, and maybe the word is saved in the middle position of the set or in the last position of the set, so now you can guess how much time it will take to iterate through from the first position to your particular position of data. You can guess it. That is why hash is used in coding. If you use hash in this case, hash will also be same as accessing the data with an index. Hash will also work like that. How? I will show you. In the case of hash set, it is keeping the data, and also it is keeping the hash number of this data, the hash value. So whenever you will try to get the data, it will get the data using the hash number, not by iterating through each of the data. It will get the data, it will show you that the data is present on this set or not by using the hash number, and hash number searching also works like this, like searching with a index number. I already have told you that if you are trying to get the data with the index number, then the compiler already know at which position he have to find the data. You are giving 0, so the compiler will find the data in the 0th position of the whole dataset. Hash also works like that. Each of these hash or hash sum are unique with each other. So if you are finding this hash number, then the compiler will easily identify it in a single millisecond that at which position the data is kept. That is why to get the data quicker, I mean at the quickest possible, that is why hash is used. And also the hash have also another facility that you can see that these two lines are giving different hashes. Those two hashes are different, but if the two lines are almost completely same, then the hash will also be completely same. So how will it give benefit to the user? If suppose someone don't know that they are adding the same data again or again and again, maybe there is duplicate data. So if it is a hash set, then the duplicate data is not possible, because in hash the data is kept using hash sum, and the duplicacy is not possible here because two data will have the 100% same hash sum. Maybe by looking at a big line, a big string, we cannot identify this big string is same or not. As you can see, these two lines are looking almost same, only the one word is different. And it can also may be possible that the two lines are looking different but they are actually same. In that case, if you try to add that in your hash set or anything hash table, it will get identified in a 1 second, and only between these two duplicate numbers only one will get added in your hash set or hash table or hash array. Only one will get added. So this is another reason of using hash in coding, that the first reason is that it will give you access of the data in a millisecond very quickly, as quick as possible. And the second one is that the second reason is that uh, the duplicacy is not supported if you are using hash numbers, and you can get the hash number of any data. I will show you. As you know that this object is holding the reference of this variable ARR is holding the reference of this object array list of this array list object. I will show you. Sometimes showing something is very easier than explaining it. That's why I show most of the things. And also uh, in spite of listening to something and understanding it, viewing the thing and understanding it is more understandable. That's why I show you most of the things. I know it takes time to show you, and it also taking time in your particular playlist, but it will give you the knowledge more clearly. You will not have any confusion. System.out. So I will print these two things. First one I will print is array. I will use print line so that it can get printed in different lines. This time I will print set. Now I will run this program and I will show you what is showing. Actually, whenever I am printing this, it is printing the data. So whatever I wanted to show you, that is not showing here, because maybe this array list and this hash set, they all have some by default function to whenever we will try to show their variable, call their variable, it will not show their address, it will show their data inside. So I will have to try with something different. I will try to take a input. Sorry, I will take a variable, anything. You can take anything. I have taken a variable. I will take another variable b, and I will take another variable as c, which will be actually the variable a. This a is actually the reference of this a is actually saving c. So I will first print a, then I will print b. Sorry, then I will print c. Actually, still it is not giving the address, it is giving you the data. Okay, that is not a problem. As you can see here, that a is giving the data 5, b is giving 4, and as c is the reference of a, so it is also giving the data 5. I will show you. Maybe it doesn't have any hash function. Okay, I will create another hash set here. There is one hash set before, the name was set. Then I will take another hash set and I will give the name as set2. And inside this hash set, I will try to add all of hash1, set1. So all the data from set1 will get inserted in the hash set. Hello, mic test. Hello. I need to see, is there any hash function in this array? No, array doesn't have any hash function. But set have something as hash code. Yes. As you can see, set have a function hash code. So what will it do? It will change this set's variables address to a hash code, and it will give hash code for both of these variables. So now you can see both are giving the same hash code. So can you guess why it is happening? Both are giving the same hash code because it is actually hashing the data inside, the name and the role. It is hashing the data inside, name plus role, and the name plus role, it is taking it as a string, and then it is it is placing the data inside a hash function and getting the hash code. And both the hash code will be same because set1 and set2 have the same data inside. Now what I will do, I will change the data inside the set2. In the data set 2, there is another word, that is address. Now we will see that the hash code are different. As you can see, the hash code are generating are different because set 1 have something different data and set 2 have some different data. That is why the hash code is also generating different. But in the previous case, as set 1 and set 2 have the same words inside, so the data, as the data was same, so the hash code was also generating same. Now you have understood what I wanted to show you. Another thing I would like to show you, that if you try to add the same thing, the duplicate value in the hash set, then what will happen? I will try to add name again. And I will also show what will happen if you try to add any new string in your array list. Again, I will add Maharaj, the same word that is added before. So now let's check what will happen. I will print this value inside the array. All the data inside the array will get printed, and I will remove these hash codes, and I will try to print all the data in the set 1. This is set. This is set 1. As you can see, in the case of array list, the duplicacy is showing here. That Maharaj is, there is two Maharaj word. So duplicacy is present. But in the case of set, you can see there also should be two names, but there is only having one name. So I have told you that in coding, in anywhere in coding, hash is actually used for two things. One is to access your data very quickly from a very large data set, and the second reason was to this thing, to get rid of duplication. Okay, because whenever it is adding the data in a hash set or in a hash table, it will keep the data as a hash number. So the set will definitely understand the two hash number are same, so it will keep only one. That is the two main reasons why hash is actually used. And this is the hash. And whenever I already have explained you what is set and what is map. Map will keep your data in a node where the node will have two values. One is the main data and another one is, sorry, in two values. The two values will be key and the value, the key value pair. Map will keep your data in a key value pair, and the set will not do that. Set will keep your data in a normal, it will keep your data like a normal stack or a normal one by one data. It will keep your data one by one. And the nodes of a set data will have only one block. It will not have two blocks like a key value pair. It will only have one block. Now I will come one by one. If you use, if you want to know what is a sorted set and a sorted map, you can definitely understand it by the name. It will, as a priority queue, I have shown you that priority queue will save your data inside it with a live sorting. Whenever you are trying to add a value in your priority queue, it will live sort it with a selection sort algorithm. It will sort it immediately, and whenever you will access these values in your priority queue, or whenever you will pop the data from your priority queue, it will give you in a sorted manner from small number to bigger number, and you can reverse it. Sorted set and sorted map also the same thing. They will take your data and it will not keep it how in what manner you have added it. It will just sort the data, and it will give you each of the data. It will, whenever you will pop out the data, it will give you one by one in a sorted manner. Like the small one, maybe the line which is starting with is small letter A, that will come first. Then the capital letter which is starting with small word B, small letter B, that will come at the second. That is how it will keep your data in a sorted manner. I already have told you that all of these classes are custom classes made by any user, and these classes are actually made either on some theory, I mean some blueprint, and also it is made only with some basic codings, and also it is made with the help of each other. Like queue is made by linked list, and set is also being made by tree and hash, and also by linked list, and map is also using tree, hash and linked list. So all of these classes are made by each other, and sometimes it can be made by only some basic codings, not with each other. So in the case of trees, I will show you how a tree looks like. A tree is actually looks like this. This is a structure of a tree. In the tree, there will have one root node, and the root node can have at most two child node, and each child node can have another two child node. Like this, it will go in the bottom side, it will go down, and it can go unlimited of times to unlimited levels. These are called level. This is first level, this is second level, this is third level, and this is fourth level, and so on. It can go to another level also. So the parent node will call parent because they have two child, and the child node will have a parent. Each child node will have a parent, and the root node, as they have no parents, that's why it is called root. This is a basic structure of a tree. And in the coding part, the tree, if you are saying that it is a node, and in the coding it will hold some data inside it, and also like a linked list, it will have connected with other nodes, so that one can reach from this node to this node one by one. But the system is different than a linked list. Linked list just keep the data anywhere in your hard disk, and it links each of the node's address, and it save the address to the previous link. But in the case of tree, it is not like that. In the case of tree, it actually, I will give you an example so that you can understand in, better how a tree actually save in your hard disk. If it is a node, then think it as a folder, that it will be a folder, and it will have a file as your data, and this folder will also have some subfolders. This will be the subfolder inside this folder, and these subfolders will also have some subfolders, and this subfolder will also have a data file and two subfolders. That's it. That is how a node saves in your hard disk. If I show you how a tree create a tree, build a tree. I will search build a tree or binary tree. Binary tree. In any language, you can build a tree. It is nothing, just a structure. So you can build it with normal coding. After building it, it will become a custom data type, which you can call it a part of collection. Here you will find the coding of tree. I will show you. Maybe they have, yes, they have included the coding. I will show you in Java. In Java, you can see they have created a class node. So this is a class node. This node class will have three things. One is data, and it will hold two references of node data type. That means the same data type node, and it will hold two references left and right. I already have told you how it is working. Suppose it is a folder, and it will have a data file and two, and it will also have these two folders inside. And you can see here in coding, it will look like this. It will have a node class, and the node class, each object will hold a data, and it will hold two node type reference. Yes, like linked list, the data, all these nodes will also be spreaded in your hard disk. It can be anywhere in your hard disk. It will not stay one by one, and also those nodes will not stay inside one node. Only the reference will get saved inside a node. But in the case of linked list, there was also a reference was saved inside that each of the nodes. In the case of linked list, if I have opened the linked list image, I think linked list image has been, I think I have closed that tab. I will just show you here. Hello, mic working? Yes. So in the case of linked list, in that case also they are holding a data and a reference, but the blueprint actually looks different. It can be imagined like one by one it is passing, it is attaching with each other, but in the case of node, it will be imagined like this. Yes, it is also taking a reference of the next nodes, left and right sides. But the imagination will be like this. This will be the imagination of the placement of the nodes. Okay, this is tree. So as I have shown you previously that you can use linked list to make a queue. Okay, and you can use hash to make a set, to make a map, everything. And most of these are actually being made by a simple array or a dynamic array actually. So similarly, a blueprint of tree can be used. I mean, a blueprint of tree actually can be made using set, and a blueprint of tree can be made using map also. That is why there is another set that is called tree set, another map that is called tree map, or here it is also calling tree set, but you can also call it tree map. And I think I have explained you hash, what is hash. So you can also create a set using hash. So that I already explained you, hash can give two benefits: to search the data in a second, I mean in a matter of second, and to identify the data, identify the duplicacy. So I mean the hash doesn't support any duplicacy. In this set, it will not support any duplicate data. So to make this kind of set, you need to use hash, and and it is called hash set. And also there is a class hash map. So this is all about collections. There is nothing more to learn about collections. This is the basics, just brief I have given to you. And if you want to know and if you want to make these things by your own, you can make array list on your own. Okay, you need to just create this class. And I have shown you how you can create a tree. I have shown you how you can create a tree. So using that formula, you can create a tree set also. Like this, you can create anything. You can create a hash function, and using that hash function, you can create a hash set. Like this, you can create a linked list. Using that linked list algorithm, you can create a link hash set. So you can create everything using this. You can use a linked list and you can create a queue. Okay, this is how collection is actually made by some developers, and this collection is available in every object-oriented language. So this is all about collection. But right now I will come to our Kotlin collection, where it will show you something new. Something new is available here. I will come to that. Before that, I will show you how you can access this collection classes inside your program. So first I will show you in Java. Then I will also show you in Kotlin. As you can see, all the collection, these all are some classes, and this line is interfaces. Collection, list, queue, these are interfaces, and these are all classes. So as basically you create an object of a class, that is the syntax you will use this custom data types or collection part can be used. This collection part can be used normally as you create an object of a class. The same technique will be used here because array list, linked list, queue, hash set, each of them, I have shown you that hash set here. Each of them are actually just simple, those every are just simple classes. So you need to create an object of that particular class. And inside that class, you have to pass. As you can see, there is this thing means it is a generic class. Generic class can take any data type. It doesn't have any requirement that it can only work with integer. No, it can work with string, integer, float, anything. That is generic class. So this is generic class, and you have to, each of these collection classes are generic class where you can work with string, any data type. You can work with any data type in these collection classes. So this is the syntax. This is the normal syntax of creating an object in Java. So you can use this normal syntax. You don't need to learn any new syntax to use these collection classes. You just need to use normal syntax to create object of this collection class. And similarly, in Kotlin, same thing you can do. If I want to create a array list object, so in the Kotlin, You also have to use the normal syntax which is available in Kotlin to create an object of any classes. That is how you can access collection classes in Kotlin also. The same process. You just need to use normal object creating syntax. So I will show you an example. In Kotlin, to create an object, to create everything, every variable, you have to use var or val. So I will use var. I will type array and the type will be array list. Array list. As you can see, it is almost similar like Java, and I will save a string values. That's all. You don't need to write anything else. Then you can add any value. Then you can add anything. But as it is giving some error that it must be initialized. Okay, it is not initialized. So I have to initialize it. That means I have to initialize. You already know what is the initialization. I will not go in details. You have to give a equal to sign. Then you have to uh, I think okay. This is the syntax. This is the normal object creation syntax in Kotlin. So the same will work on each of these collection classes because all of these collection classes are normal classes that can be used or that can be accessed using normal object creation syntax. This is the object creation syntax in Kotlin. You can use array list, you can create hash set or hash map, anything using this syntax. Hash set, hash set. And to add a data, you have to add similarly like this. Similar. To remove, you have to use remove function like this. Everything else is same. But something new is introduced in Kotlin. Now I will come to that. The new syntax here in Kotlin, they have introduced a new syntax. That is a easier syntax where you do not need to write all these lines. Either you can use this syntax or you can, if you think that this is a little difficult all or remembering the syntaxes, then you can use this new introduced syntax which is available in Kotlin. The syntax will be like this: mutable list of, or if you do not want mutable, then you can only mention list of, then in a bracket you have to pass the values. Okay, this is a new syntax which is not available in Java. This is how you can also create objects of your this class, of your this collection classes. If you don't know what is mutable, you can just remember I have told you what is synchronization, what is thread saving. So mutable means same, mutable means thread safe or it is synchronized. So if you are creating mutable list of, so it will be thread safe. And if you don't know what is thread safe, then just uh, uh, and, come to the particular part in this video where I have explained what is the thread safe mechanism. You can use mutable list of, or if you are creating a set, you can type it as mutable set of. Okay, if you are creating an array, you can call it mutable array of. Okay, or if you don't want mutable, you just need to write array of. Simple as it is, as simple as that. Okay, here we have also shown an example. This is simple. This is a new syntax that is introduced in Kotlin. In the case of mapping, here also you can see that they have initialized the value as mutable map of. So I think you can understood the syntax now, that you just need to change this thing, the map, set, list, and other things can be keep same. And you can also remove this mutable word. If you remove this mutable word, then you also remove this mutable map, this mutable part also, because the class is also mutable. You also need to remove this part. Otherwise, the syntax is normally the object creation syntax, and like this you can also create the object like this. But if you want to pass each values in a single line, in that case either you can use this syntax, then in this thing you have to type manually again and again, otherwise you can use this syntax where it will be a shortcut to, you can see that they have passed 3 value at a single time. So this is all. Now I will show you some different things. First I will check what is filter. Okay, so filter enables you to filter collection. The prediction applied to each element that can predict true are returned. I will run it and I will check the result. 1, 3 positives and negatives, -2, -4. Okay, so filter, I will explain you what is a filter. Filter is another function, new function that is introduced in Kotlin. It is not available in Java. If you use filter, then you can get particular data from your list or from your set by just a simple syntax like this. You do not need to iterate through each of the data by your own. The compiler will iterate through each of the data using your condition by himself, and the compiler will give you the data one by one. It will do everything in background. Either you can create another function where you have to iterate through this list by yourself, either by using for loop, or you can use iterator function, which is available in every collection classes. I have shown you that every collection classes have a function called iterator. You can use that to iterate to each of the value, and then you have to mention that each of the value will run on this function. Else, here is the new shortcut as filter. You can use this filter function and just mention your condition in the curly bracket. As you can see, I will explain an example. This is the whole set, but I want negative number. So what I will do, I will take filter, and in the condition I will give that it will be shorter, the value of it will be shorter than 0. I think in a previous part I have explained you a little about scope function. Scope function it, I have explained about it. It is a scope function. I will come to that later also in detail. So you can use it whenever you are taking an input in a function, but you do not have any name of that particular variable. In that case, you can mention your variable with the name of it. The compiler will, if you write it, the compiler will understood that whatever is taken inputted in this function, that is what you are calling it. So it will take it as the input, as the input you have given to that particular function. Otherwise, if the function have a name, then you can mention the name. So this is how you can use the filtration function. As you can see, I have given that it means the particular, it is actually iterating in the background each of the value. So each of the value is passing one by one to this filter function. So whichever value is passed here, if it is less than 0, then it will pass true to the function, and the function will keep it as your data, as your choice. So it is giving only minus values. This is the filtration function. They have shown many new functions here, like associated by, group by, count, first, last. I will show you some of them. So there is 3 function given: any, all, and none. First I will explain you any. These any, all, and none, all 3 are like the filter function. But the difference is the filter function returns you after using this condition whichever value in the list will hold this condition, those value will get returned. But in the case of any, all and none, it will only return true and false. In the case of any, if any of these values, this is the list, if any of these values matches this condition, then any function is used here in this line, you can see that the condition is it should be less than 0 if any one of this value is passing the condition. If there is only one value, at least one, then it will return 0. It will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. You can see here, it is written here that it will return true if at least one is valid with this condition. And in the case of all, all the values should get passed with this condition. In that case, it will return 0. Otherwise, it will return false. So in the first case, you can see not all the values are matching with this condition. Only the second and this 4 and the 6 are matching. Okay, others are not matching with this condition. That is why this all is returning false each time. Okay, and in the case of none, if you use this none function, then the no of the value should be positive with this condition. None of the value. That is why the name is none of this function. None of the value should match with this condition. In that case, it will return true. So this is a negative function. Each of the value should not match with this function. Only then it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. Now let's come to the find and find last. There it is given two functions. And find and find last function return the first of the last collection element. First or the last collection element. I mean find will find the first element and find last will find the most last element that is starting with your particular given input. Like here you are using find function, and inside the find function you are given it dot start with function. So start with function is given here. You can also use end with function. So whichever element from this list will match at first with this start with or end with function. Whichever will match at first. First means if they are starting iterating from the 0th position, whichever will be the first one. I mean in that case sum is matching with this something at first. This sum is also matching with somehow, but it is not the first case. The first case is something. That is why it will return something. And the last case is that if you are trying to find from the reverse, from the last position, you want to reverse it. In that case, you have to use find last function. Okay, and you can also use start with, end with, or contents. If you use contents, the word should not get started with this word. It can have this word inside it, but there is no word that have nothing inside it, so it will return null. You can see it is returning null. This is the find and find last function. Now let's come to first and last function. This first and last function is similar like find and find last. The only difference is find and find last actually made for string values, and first and last is actually made for integer values. As you can see, they have given the example as integer, and if you use the first function without any input given, then it will return you the first value from the list, and if you use the last, it will give you the last value as output. And if you are using it with some input, then whichever first value will match with this condition, as like this find and find last, that will be returned. I will run it. As you can see, it is returning you the first and the last value at first, and then it is checking the condition in the last and before last line. It is checking the condition, and whichever will match it first, like this now -2 will match it first. That is why it is getting returned. These are the similar function like find and find last. The only difference is find and find last is for string and this is for numbers like float, integer, anything. Now there is another function count. So count will do what? Count is also similar function that will you can iterate, it will iterate through these values with your given condition, but it will return the number of the count of the numbers, how many numbers are there which is matching with your condition. If you do not pass anything, then it will return the total numbers 1 2 3 4 5 6, it will return 6. And if you are giving a condition, then whichever number will get matched, like this 2 4 and 6 are matching, so it will return you 3 numbers because it will return 3. The count is 3 because 3 numbers are matching. You can see it. Now let's come to associated by and group by. This associate by or group by, these functions are actually made for grouping your data. Okay. I will come to file manager. I will come to my hard disks. I have come to my pen drive and I will show you that if you come to the view part, here it is something called group by. And if you use anything as either I will go with the name. So if I group by name, what will happen that there it will create some groups. Here is some groups that will be under Q to Z. There will be some group that will be under I to P. If I group it by maybe data type or date created, so you can see there are 4 groups created. This one is for yesterday's group, and here I only have downloaded one thing in yesterday, that is why there is showing one file. But in last week group there are many files because in last week I have done many things, and this is the last one thing. So this is actually the group. Group by is not a sort by. Now I will disable the group by and I will show you what is sort by if you don't know. If I sort by date, then it will come top to bottom in a sorted manner. Like as you can see, this is coming from the bigger to the smaller, 8 to 7. I mean to the recent from the backward, it will go to the backward in time. If I reverse it, then it will show you from the backward to the new. This is sorting, and I have shown you what is grouping, and that is the grouping that you can do using coding in your data. So here they have given some data in this list. Okay, the data are 4. They have given 4 data. Each data will have name and address and phone number inside, and there it have given 4 data, 4 person. So this function are actually made for grouping your data. You can use associated by and group by. Both are a little different functions. Like the difference is, if you use associated by, I will run this program, so it will be easy to show you what is the difference. As you can see in the first example, printing example, it is using associated by, and in the input it has given its phone number. So what will happen? It will just sort it with phone number. Okay, it is, you can see in the first example, in this first line, it is sorting the data using phone number only, and there you can give only 2 inputs. The first one will be taken as a key. You can see here it is written here that the first one will be key selector and the second one will be value. It does mean something. In the output section, in the first line they have only given the key, and this line is sorted or grouped by only using the key. The key is the phone number. It is grouped only by the phone number. But something interesting is happening in the second and the third case. In the second case, they have used phone number as a key and city as a data. So what will happen? Okay, as in the first case, I haven't given any data, so it will it will show you all the data it have in each node. So in each node or in each data, it is having name, address, and phone number, and all are showing here. You can see all are showing here. But in the second case, as I have given city as a data, so it will only show you a group where it will have where it will have only, sorry, actually this first line is not this output. This line is the output. As you can see the phone book. This is the phone book. The first line is all full data. The second line is the first output and so on. So in the second line you can see that I have sorted it. It has sorted it with the phone number. So it is showing phone number and all the data it is showing phone number then is equals to the main data, and the data is having the value. You can call it the value. As the first parameter you can pass key selector then the value, but I haven't passed any key selector. Sorry, I haven't passed any value here. I have only passed a key selector, so it will show all the data as a value. It is showing the full four variables inside the data as a value with this key selector phone number. In the second, you can see that this is the phone number and equals to the whole value. The whole value covers name, address, and phone number. In the city book, they have again used associated by, but in this case they have passed a value also, and the key selector remains same. It is phone number. So in the city book case, you can see that it is only showing the address as a value. Only the address. It is showing key selector as phone number and the value is only the address. Because I have given that the value should be the address only here. You can see. And in the third case, it have used group by, and again it have used, in this case it have used a selector as city, and the value should they want the value as name. So in the third case you can see that the city is the selector here and the name is the value. The city and the name. The city equals to the name. And here in the last case you can see that in the last case it is giving two data inside a bracket. So this is what group by means. This is the difference between group by and associated by. In associated by, you cannot take data inside brackets, but in group by, it will give you multiple data inside third bracket if it matches with the key selector. So in this example, you can see that both these data have same address, and here in this case the address is the key selector. In pupils it is the address is the key selector and the name is the value. So what is it is doing? The group by function is using the key selector and giving two names, this name and this name, and they are grouping it in a single value. But in the case of associated by, it is not happening. In the case of group by, it is happening. So this is the difference between group by and associated by. Now let's come to the last person city, the last example. Here it have again used associated by, and it is doing the same things like the previous line. It is doing city as the key selector and name as value. So as you can see, the group by and this associated by data is looking almost same. Only the syntax is different. Okay. Otherwise, it is Munich Sarah. It is also Munich Sarah. It is Saint Petersburg, the address, and then there are two names given in the group by. But in associated Y, the address is same, but the name is not same. It is only giving the last name. It is only giving the last name. It is the difference between associated by and grouped by. It is also written here somewhere that associated by uses the last suitable element as the value, but group by build a list of all suitable values. That is this. It builds a list of all values with this key. But in associated by, it is giving only the last value between all the values. So this is the difference, and I already shown you in my file manager what is the actual uh, need of a group by. Here you can see that all the data are shown here. So in your file manager you can also use group by. Here I will group it by type. So you can see that it is divided into type. Here type is the key selector. These are the values. So as this is the video type, so this the type name is mkv and these are the values. This is grouping, and this you can do here also in Kotlin in collection. In every collection you can use these functions in Kotlin. So this is all about group by and associated by. Actually these functions are not that much necessary, but as you are learning Kotlin, so I'm explaining this so that you can understand Kotlin at 100% potential. There is nothing left to you that you need to know about Kotlin. You know everything. You will know everything after this video finished. This partition function, this is similar like find, last, find, and first and last, those functions or count functions. Here it will here you have an option to pass a condition, and the list will be divided into two parts. The first part will return you the positive, whichever from this whichever data from this list is passing with your condition, that will be separated, and whichever data in your list is not passing with the condition or not matching, that will be separated and given to you as output. As you can see in the input, they have in the coding they have used the partition function and given this input that the number, if it is if it is divided completely by 0, there will be no number left after dividing. Then then it will be even numbers. So even numbers are given you as the output differently, and whichever is left in this list which is not passing with this condition, that are also given to you as odd numbers. And same is happening also for negative and positive numbers, as you can see in the second example. This flat map function is nothing important, because this function will do something like, if you have multiple lists, they have two lists as a fruit bag and a cloth bag, and it is merging the list in a single list, and it is printing it. After it is printing it, you will see the output that the list getting in a single list, but it is also showing as separated with a single comma. It is showing as separated. But if you use flat map function, then all the data will come to a single list. This is the function of flat map, which is not that much necessary to learn. So now let's go to mil null or max or null. I think in a previous portion of this video, I have explained you this function. There it was used in some other functions. What is min null and what is max null. So it will, if you use it on a list, what it will do, here you can see it is used on the list min or max null. So what it will do, if you are using min null, so min or null, so it will return you the minimum value from the list. It will iterate through the data and it will return you the minimum value. And if there is no data which they can return you as a minimum value, then it will return you the default value or a null value. The default value you have to pass that it will return the default value. Otherwise, it will pass you the null value. And in the case of max or null, it will return you the maximum value, or if there is no maximum value, then it will return you a null value. Otherwise, it can also return you a default value if you give the return default value as an input to that function, as an input to here in this function, that in spite of returning a null value when there is no maximum value, so it will return you the default value whichever you will pass in this function. This is the min null or max null. Now let's go to sorted. As with the name, you can easily understood that it is actually for sorting your data inside your list. So this is very simple. If you use sorted function, it will return you the data in a sorted manner, in an ascending manner. This is the ascending manner from smaller to higher. But if you use a minus sign before it, and if you pass this minus sign with the uh, it scope, then it will return you an inverted sorting. That means it will be descending in order from larger to smaller. And you can also you can either use this minus it, or you can use another function, sorted descending or sorted by descending. Now let's come to map element access. This map is nothing but a single, I mean, it is not any special function inside Kotlin. The map element access is just showing you how you can use the map from the collection classes. I already have explained you everything about collection and how you can use these classes. And this is only showing you how you can access the mapping classes like hashmap, tmap, sorted map. I have also shown you in Java how can use I have shown you here how can use hashmap or hash set. In the case of hashmap, I have told you that you have to pass two values as key and pair. In set, there it is not, you have to, in this case of set, you do not need to give two values as key and value pair, but in the case of map you have to give two values. The first one will be the key and the second one will be taken as a value, and it will be paired with each other, so you can use your key to get your value anytime. So here it is also shown in Kotlin that to create a map in Kotlin, you just need to use the syntax map of or mutable map of. Here I have also shown here in the first example that there is mutable map of. You can either use mutable map of or you can use map of, simple map of. Yes, this is the map of, and this will be your key, and it will be paired with the value 42. And you can access the value as like this. You have just need to access it with the variable map, and you have to pass the key as you have to pass the key as input, and it will return you the value from inside the data, whichever is matching with your key. So in this case your key is KUI, so it will return you the data. But as there is no KUI2, so in the second case it will not return you with the data. It will return you key not found, and it will return you it will throw an exception. Your program will get stopped. So you can, here a new function have been shown here, that is with default. If you use this with default function, so it will not throw you any exception. It will return you a default value. As you can see here in the example, third example, map with default. I think this is in this case here. I think here, no, this with default, they have passing the default value as length. this in data's length. So it is giving you the length 4 as output, and it is this program is not throwing any exception. In the first case, it is showing it is in this case it is throwing the exceptions, no such element exception. But after that, as it is using the default value, here you can see they have passed key as a default value. So if there will be no value, so the default value will be returned to you. That means it will not throw you any exception like this. It will throw you a default value you want to get. So whatever value you are passing in your input by using the get default function, it will return you that value, whatever you want as a default value. Now let's come to zip. Zip function merges two given collection into a new collection. By default, the result collection contains pair of collection element with same index. However, you can define your own structure. So I will run this first. Here you can see there is two lists. One is string type, another one is integer type, and they are zipping A with B. There is two kind of syntax here. Either you can use A space zip, or you can use a by default function in every list or in every collection classes, that is A zip, and you have to pass the B as input. In that case, it is in both cases it is merging these two lists. The first one is merging it it is merging each value in a single pair, 1A, 2B, B2, C3 like this. But you can see in the second case the value is looking different because it have passed something as an input. It have passed some condition as an input, that the A comma B will have to look like this. The A comma B should be uh, placed beside each other. You can see here. So that is why the output is looking different. This is how you can zip or merge two sets. This is not a particular merging. This is just attaching with each other. This is not if you want to merge completely, then you have to use flat map. This as you can see, this flat map will merge your data completely. This is merging your data completely in a single list. But this zip function is different than flat map. It will just merge it, but you can understood that what is merged with what data. That means it will create a pair of data from these two lists. It is creating a pair. You can see it is creating a pair. It is not taking all the data from these two lists and placing in a single list. It is not doing that. Now let's come to get or else. Get or else provide you safe access to element of a collection. So the get or else function is working as like this get default with default function in map element access. What is the purpose of with default function? I have explained you that if you are taking a if you are wanting an input and you are passing the key, and if the key is not found in your data, so the function will return you an exception. Your function will stop in that case. But if you use with default, it will not return you an exception. Instead, it will return you the default value you want instead of a exception. That the same thing is happening in get or else. If you as in the example you can see, this is the list of data, and if you use get or else and the index, and if you use the index 1, it will pass you. I have to run it first. You are using get or else, so it will give you the data of index 1. The index 1 data is 0. Sorry, the index 1 0 data is 10, so it is returning 10. But in the second case, you want the index number 10. There is no index number 10. There is only, it is up to index number 2. So that is why it should pass you a value as No, it is written here. It should pass you a error that index is out of bound. An exception error should be passed as index is out of bound in a normal case, in a get function. But it is not a get function, it is a get or else function. So this is the default value you want in such cases. So that is why it is returning you the default value instead of the index of out of bound. Instead of returning you the exception, it is returning you the default value you have passed whenever you are calling this get or else function. This is the get or else function, nothing else. So the collection part is finished. There is nothing new. There is nothing more left to learn about collection. These are all functions that are the newcomers in Kotlin. You can use this function, or you can also skip this function. This is not some mandatory functions. Now let's come to scope functions. This is very valuable thing to learn in Kotlin. That is scope functions. All these scope functions are very important and very useful while coding. So I will recommend you to listen to this part very carefully so that you can learn this all scope functions in a perfect way. After listening to all of these functions, you will understand why it is very useful while coding. It will let you skip many lines and it will let you do a program in a very shortcut manner. You don't need to write a lot of lines. First, I will start with let function. As you can see that in an example, they have created a variable and the variable as an initialization value, they have given this string text as the value in empty. And then with a dot, they have used this dot let function. And there is another example here where it is um, not in the initialization line. After initializing a variable, it can also be called with a dot after the variable. And if you use this function, uh, you can in this dot let function, it will always refer to the particular variable after which you have used this dot let function. As you can see here, the string is used, and if you don't know what is this question mark, this question mark is actually referring that the string value can hold null values. In Kotlin, by default in Kotlin, every variable are not null. They cannot hold a null value. But if you use a question mark after the data type, that is meaning that the string variable can hold a null value. That is why it is also using a question mark here, that it can also hold a null value. Otherwise, it is not needed. So this, as you can see, that after using the variable, after using the dot let function on this variable, inside this function, every uh, every time you will use this it will refer to this particular variable. You can do anything in these lines, you can add another lines, anything, and every line will automatically, either it will automatically detect string this str variable as an input, or you can also mention it with the it. This it will, by default, it will refer automatically to this str variable, after which you have used this e.let function. And also something more to notice, that this dotlet function will return the result of its last expression. That means the last line of this function will also be returned as a return value. That means if you I think somewhere it is it has to be shown here in some examples. No problem, I will explain you that if you use a variable here like integer a, and after giving a equals to sign, if you run this function, you will see that the variable a is holding this println value. whatever this print line is passing, that will hold the value. That means the last line, whatever is on the last line, that will be returned as a return value. Otherwise, you need to, in normal function, you need to write a return statement with a syntax of return and the whatever you want to return, you have to write. But in dotlet functions, you don't need to write the return statement. The last line will get automatically returned. Now let's come to the run function. Run is another scoping function, and in this run also, you can see it is also similar with the let function. The functionality is almost similar, but in this case you can access the variable with a this, not it. In let, you can access it with it. You can see it here, but in run, in the case of run, you have to access the data with this. Whichever variable, after whichever variable you are using the dot run function, you can use that variable using this. But there is a little different with let and run function. That is, the let is actually preferred for passing its own value, like passing this variable to another function. As you can see here, there is a function custom print. The whoever have coded these lines, they have used a custom print function and they have passed it. That means they have passed this variable inside this custom print function. So this let function is useful if you want to pass your variable to another function. But the run function is useful if you want to run a particular function on this variable. If you cannot understand what is this isempty here, I will show you something. I have to open the Kotlin IDE. I will create a string variable to let you understand this. So there is a function isempty. I can use it as like this, isempty. This is a function inside every variable, isempty. Okay, that is how I can access this function after using the variable name. But here you can see that they have not mentioned the variable name. So it is another feature of .run and .let both. In .run, especially it is the main feature of .run that you can access any of these functions inside any variable. Like in any variable, there are many functions. If you just, after a variable, if you just give the dot, you will see each of the functions present in this particular variable. Whichever function you can run on this variable. Like I can run this function on this variable. So in Kotlin, in run scope function, if you using dot run after that variable, you do not need to mention that variable names again and again. You can just call that function. As you can see, I am calling this isempty function, but I don't need to mention at which I am calling it. It will automatically take that this ns variable is the variable on which I have to call, the compiler have to call this function. And also they are calling this length function. This is also another function. In normal line, you have to write it as ns, this ns dot length. But here we are only writing length, and automatically it is taking that this length function will be called on this ns variable. So this is another feature of this run and this let functions, that you don't need to mention the particular variable name again and again. You can just use the dot run or dot let. In both, you don't need to mention the name. You can just run the function. But there is the difference I was mentioning you, that in dot let, it is specially used for passing your particular variable to another function. But dot run, especially used for calling its own functions on the variable. As you can see, dot length is its own function in this ns variable, and also isempty is its own function on ns variable, this variable. So dot run is very useful. I think it is also written here. Yes, this is useful when you want to call the object's methods. That means this ns object's own methods. Whenever you want to call that, this is more useful. But in the case of let, only for passing the value of dotlet is more preferred whenever you want to pass its reference to another function. That is why dotlet is more useful, and the dot run is more useful for this reason. I have given you the two reasons. Now let's come to with. And sorry, I have also shown you that here you can also refer this variable. You don't need to refer this variable if you want to call any insider functions inside this variable. But you can also mention this variable with this keyword, with this keyword. You cannot mention it with it keyword, but in the dotlet function you have to mention it with it keyword. In this let function you cannot use this. This is for only run. Now it is time for with function. If you use with function, you don't need to use with function after the variable. You can use it on a single line. As you can see, there is no variable before with function. With is a free function. I mean, you don't need to use it after a particular variable. After variable, then giving the dot, like this dot let or dot run function. They are using it after a variable, and they are using it like dot let dot run. But with is not like that. With is a general function which you can use without using the variable. You can call it, but inside this with function you have to pass the variable. As here you can see, they are passing an object of configuration. You can also pass any variable here, but the main feature of with is that you can access the member of this of this particular variable of this or the particular object. This can configuration can be an object of a particular class. So you can use the members without, again, without mentioning the name of the object. Like here, if you use it without a with function, if you are doing it normally in Kotlin or in Java, as you can see, you have to mention the object name, then you can use its variable object name dot host, object name dot port. But if you use with function, you can see that you don't need to mention the object name. As you already have passed this object name in this function, it will take it automatically. It will actually, it is here you can see it is written in this line that the function can access all its member without without mentioning the name again and again. It will automatically get that, and it will let you access the members of this object easily, just only by giving the member name. This is the with function. Now let's come to the apply function. Apply function is similar like a with function. It will access the members of the object. Like here you can see there is a class person, and an object has been created of person class and has been placed in this variable Jake. And Jake have three variables inside: name, age, and about. And in a single line, just what they have done for initialize the value inside Jake, they have written as Jake.apply, and inside this block they have written the values. These are the variables inside this person class, and they have given the values like name is equals to Jake, age is equals to 33, and about is equals to Android developer. They have placed it with the dot apply function, and whenever they will do it, it will automatically initialize this value with this object inside this object. So this is the function of apply. This is the functionality of apply function. It will written here. And also you can, in this apply function, you can get these functions, I mean you can get this variable reference with a this like the run function. You can use this own variable reference with a this function, and you can also pass it to another function inside this apply function. Apply is actually not for passing. Apply is specially made for initializing the object. That means it is made for giving the value inside any object in a shortcut manner. If you do not use it, what you have to do, that you have to write many lines, like j dot name will be it, j dot age will be it, j dot about will be Android developer. But in this case you do not need to do all that. It is very easier. If you use apply function, it will be so easier to initialize any objects of any classes like this, and it will also return a particular value. As you can see that after using dot to string on this variable, it is returning a value, and you can save it on any variable also, that it is saving on string description variable. If you run it, you will see that all these variable values are kept in a single line as a string. As you have used toString function after this dot apply function, all this value will get in a single line as a string and get returned. So this is another functionality of dot apply function that you can also use. Now let's come to also. Also is the function which you have to use. I will copy it and I will show you, which you have to use after this dot apply function. You can use it after dot apply function. So what it will do, if you use dot also function, then you can pass its value to another. You can pass this reference of this object to another function. As you can see, they have used dot also, and they are passing it, and they are referring it as it dot referring it as it. It will refer to this particular object, this check, and you can pass it to another function. Here it is passed to write creation log function. This is the also. It is not needed to only apply use it after apply function. You can also use it, as you can see, after initializing the value inside a class. You can also use it, the also function. And if you use also function, you can pass the value to another function. This is also function. So this is all about scope functions. As I already have told you at the beginning, that scope functions are very necessary while coding, because this is very useful. These are very shortcut manner to do anything. So I think you need to listen to these lines. If you haven't listened it carefully, just repeat the lines again. And if you still don't understand it properly, then I will recommend you just open your IDE and start using it with your own. I mean, just do it with your own. Like, start using a with function, inside with pass the string, and then see what this with function can do and print it. Okay, you can practice these things from this list. You can practice everything from this list, and especially I will recommend you practice this scope function. You can use this late, just practice is it like dot late. Inside this block, do whatever you want to do, or you can practice dot run. Then you can I already have told you what is the difference between length and run. So this length is a inbuilt function on the string. You can use this, or you can use this like this dot length, but this is not required. You can omit that word. This is how you can use the run function. You just need to practice it like this. After practicing it, you will understand its functionality more better. So this is all about scope functions. I have finished everything about scope functions. So I should come to delegation. but I will not explain you delegation parts because delegation is something that is uh, actually is a advanced type of uh, usement of inheritance, advanced using of interfaces, but that is not needed right now. If I can explain you these things, but if I explain you these things right now, then all the other things you have learned in this video, you will forget all of that. I mean, this is a very difficult part, and this is also not necessary to learn immediately. You can learn it later if you needed it, but actually you will not need it. It is not that much necessary to be learned. So that is why I will skip this delegation part. If you think that you need this anyhow later, then you can always come to this page and learn it by yourself. The tutorial is given here. Everything is written very easily. You can understand every lines very easily. Example is also very well in this Kotlin introduction page. And you have seen that you can run the coding by your own. So I will skip this part right now. I will come to productivity boosters. In here in productivity booster, they have shown four kind of new things that is present in Kotlin. The first one is starting with named arguments. I think I have explained you this thing previously. I haven't come in this part, but still I have explained all of these things while show you all the Kotlin codings, Java codings, and while explaining you all these chapters. I have explained you this thing already. Whenever I will explain you right now, you will got it. That I already have explained you this thing before. So named arguments means I will show you so that it will be easier to understand. Show this thing to you. I will create another function and inside it I will give two arguments to pass. Inside this function I will do nothing. So whenever first I will remove all these things, all these lines. I will try to call this function to show you the main thing. So whenever I will try to call this function, it will ask me to give two input. As you can see that it is showing that the first one will be a string input, the second one will be a integer input. And the first one's name will be A, the second one's name will be B. So anything I can pass here that will be taken as the first argument or first input you have to pass. So in the second I have given an integer value and it have taken it as the arguments automatically. But if I change it, suppose you don't know that what is actually the function, what is actually the function's declaration. If you don't know, if you do, if it can happen that there is a very typical function where there are multiple inputs, not only two, there are 5, 6, 10 inputs in that function, and you also don't know the function declaration that whichever input should be first, the string or the integer, whichever you have to pass first. If I will show you that if I pass here integer first and then string, then it will not work. It will not work. As the declaration is telling you that the first value should be a string, so that's why the first value should be a string. Otherwise, the calling will not get valid. So maybe you are creating a function where there will be 10 arguments to pass. So it will be hard to understand, or maybe you don't know that what is the proper declaration of that function, that you have to pass string or integer at first, at second, at third, whatever to pass at which point. So in that case, it will be very difficult to manage these things. That's why Kotlin have introduced something new, that you can pass this value using the name. You can pass it using the name, Like if I type here A will be equals to Maharaj, and then B will be equals to 5, like this. So if you do it like this, then you do not need to take care of the sorting. I mean, you do not need to take care of A will be at first or B will be at first. You do not need to take care of that. You can just place it anywhere. You can place this A on the right side. You can place this B on the left side. Anything. It will get managed because you already have mentioned that what value you are actually passing. You have already shown that you are passing the value of A variable, and here you have shown that you are passing the value of B variable. So wherever you will place it, it will not be a matter. You do not need to maintain this sorting, this one by one sorting. So I will show you. I will just exchange it, and in the case of A I will pass my name. As you can see, now it is not giving any error. Okay, so the syntax is you have to mention the variable name from here, from the function. You have to just mention the variable name. So the compiler will take it as the input, and the compiler will manage it by its own. This is calling named arguments, as the arguments you are passing by mentioning the names. That is why it is calling named arguments. Another something new has been introduced in Kotlin as string templates. String templates. String template is allow you to print any value of any variable inside a string. As you can see, that greeting is a variable and it has some value inside. But here it is a single string under a double inverted comma. So they are passing the value of greeting inside this string with this dollar sign. If you remove this dollar sign and try to print it, it will just print hello greeting. But if you give here the dollar sign, then it will take this greeting inside the string as a variable, and it will take the data from the variable and print it. Now you can see it is printing hello Kotlin. This is string templates, which will allow you to include your variable references inside any string lines, inside any strings. You cannot do this in Java. In Java, what you have to do in this case, if you are in Java, then you have to use hello here, then give a plus sign, then you have to use greetings like this. You have to do it like this in Java. So now I will print it, and you can see that it is also doing the same. It is printing hello Kotliner. I will give a space here so that it will be easier to understand. So you can see that it is also doing the same thing. You can use this Java syntax, or you can use the new introduced thing in Kotlin, that is this dollar sign. This dollar sign, you can use it. This is string templates. Now let's come to destructing declaration. Destructing declaration syntax can be very handy, especially when you need an instance only for accessing its members. So it is trying to tell you that you can access members of any variable or any list without creating multiple variables. Like here you can see that they are taking the data inside this array list. The array is having 3 data, 5, 10 and 15, and they are taking it like this, just val and xyz. This simple. In Java, what you have to do if you want to take all the data separately, you have to print. You have to type val x. Sorry, int x will be equals to array index 0. Int y will be equals to array index 1. Int z, you have to take another variable z, and the value you have to pass array of index 3, like that. Every time you have to create a variable to keep your data. But in Kotlin, you do not need to create a variable for taking the data. There is another multiple examples given here, like here they have given a map. The map will be of two datas. First one is Alice. Alice is the key and 21 is the value. In the second case, Bob is the key, 25 is the value. You can see here that they have created a for loop and they're taking the data without creating any variable. They haven't created any variable like val or var. In Kotlin, the variable is created using val or var. But as you can see, they are not creating any variable here. They are just mentioning a name. They are just mentioning a name to identify the data they will be taken from the map. They are just mentioning only a name. It is not creating any variable here as name or as age. And but still they are using these names as a variable. You can see it is using the name inside the string as a variable, and this line will print this data from this map. If I run this, I will show you. Alice is 21 years old. So it is taking the name from this map and the age also from this map. For both the data, for both of these data, it is taking the data and it is printing it without creating any variable. This name is all not a variable and this age is also not a variable. These are just two this is just two names given so that you can identify it, so that the compiler can identify it, and here it is getting identified as name, as age. In this example also, in the third example, here is a list of 6 numbers and they have used a function find min max. So what it will do, this function will return two values. One will be the minimum value from this list, another will be the maximum value. And here also you can see they haven't created two variables, but still they have given two names as min and max. And by using this name, you can get the value from this function. Whatever this function is returning, you can get the value from these two names, min and max. But these two names are not a variable created. This min is not a variable, this max is also not a variable. So this is destructing declaration. It is especially needed when you need an instance only for accessing the members. It is let you define the instance without a specific name. Therefore, it will save a few lines of code. So as you have understood that this is the purpose of this function is to save few lines of your code. It is not something that is necessary, but if you want to save some lines in your code, you can use that. Now let's come to smart casting. If you don't know what is casting, then I think again I need to show you that in any language, in Kotlin or in Java. I will prefer Java in this case. Or I can also show you this from Kotlin here. What is casting? If I show you, then it will be easier to understand. Otherwise, I can explain it to you, but it will be hard to understand if I explain it. What I will do, I will take a string value. You can mention this string here, or you cannot mention it. In Kotlin, you do not need to always mention the data type. Kotlin is that much smart that it can automatically detect the data type. So here I will keep 34 as a string. Look at this. This is not a number or an integer. This is the string. So I have taken a string, the name will be ss, the variable name will be ss, and it will hold a string value of 34. So what I can do, if I want to print, if I want to print the value inside s plus some more numbers like 4. Now let's see what will happen. I will remove all these lines. As you can see, it is printing 344. Why? Because this 34 is a string and it is adding the 4 beside 34. As this is a string, but what you want to do actually, you want to get 34 plus 4, that means 38. So in that case, you need to change this number to a string value. Sorry, you have to change this number from a string value to an integer value. That is called casting. To do that, you have to use ss dot to int. So what will happen? This is some pre-built functions available in Kotlin. You can use this function to int. You can change it to float, to double, anything. You can cast it to anything. So in this time I will cast it to int. Now you will see that it will give 38 as the answer. This is printing 38. So now the ss is actually changed. The ss is not changed. Here it is something new. The ss value is still as a string, but here this function is returning a integer value of this ss. This is called casting. You can also cast an integer to a string. If you want to see that, I will show you. Suppose it is an integer. What I can do, I can change it to string. This is an integer. If I want to print 344, not 38, in that case I have to change it to string. I have to cast it to string. So you can use toString function. These functions are for casting. But all these functions are specially made in Kotlin. Some of these functions are already available in Java, like this toString. ToString is also available in Java. But what function I have shown you just 1 minute ago, toInt, todouble, tofloat, those functions are not available in Java. That is something new in Kotlin. Those castings. Those are some castings that was not available in Java. Those pre-built functions are new in Kotlin. You can also build your own. You can also build it by your own. But it is already given to you so that it can save your time. So this is called casting. And here it is calling smart casting because I already have told you Java doesn't have these special functions. That is why it is calling it smart casting. It is made by some coders, whoever has been. These functions are made by developers in Kotlin. That is why it is calling smart casting. You can cast anything to anything you need. Like here, the examples are showing you that from this date variable, date is a chronicle local date type variable which will hold date, time, and everything. This is a special type of variable. This is a this is a class chronological date, and this is a variable of this class where it will hold the particular date of today, and it will also hold the time of today. And casting is shown here, just like as you need to know only if the date is leap year or not. So you can see it is using a function is leap year, so it will print yes or no. Yes, in this line, this is the line I wanted to show you. If you only need the month, you can cast the data for only getting the month. As you can see, they have created a variable month and they are casting that data to month value. And you can easily understood that this month value is nothing else just a function. It is just a normal function, but this function are pre-built in Kotlin. That is why it is calling smart casting. It is smartly created for some smart purposes to save your time. That is why these functions are called smart castings. But actually the main purpose is to cast. The data is being casted to month only. You can also cast this date to year, anything. You can cast it to anything. But in this case, the compiler is told to cast the date to the month. This is smart casting. And here is another part, Kotlin slash JavaScript. JS means JavaScript. I will not show you all these things in details because everything shown in this Kotlin JavaScript part, that is specially for JavaScript purpose. That means JavaScript is a programming language that is actually used for web development. But Kotlin is the main programming language for for Android development. You can also use it for anything. It is also available in web development. Okay, so if your main purpose is not Android development or any normal coding, if your main purpose is web development, then you need to learn this part, Kotlin slash JS part, JavaScript part. Here you will learn how Kotlin is attached with the JavaScript, how you can use JavaScript inside a Kotlin, how you can use Kotlin inside a JavaScript. I will show you a little in a brief. First, it is showing a dynamic. Okay, dynamic is a special type variable. Not only it is not a part of only JavaScript, it is a part of Kotlin. You can use it in your Kotlin compiler also. Dynamic is a special type of variable which is something like a generic function. I have told you what is a generic, where you can pass anything. But in this case, dynamic is something where you can save a string. By giving this data type, you can save a string, you can save an integer, you can save any kind of data type value. And the compiler will detect it automatically. This is the thing called dynamic. This is a data type. As you can see in this example, and also you can use it in functions, not only in variables. I will show you how you can use it in functions. You can see that in this function plus, it will take, they are mentioning that it will take an input v, and the v will be a dynamic data type, and this function will return v plus 2. If I try to print it, there is two print statements and I will run it. If I try to is my mic running? Mic test. Yes, mic is running. So in this first print statement, it is passing a integer value inside this plus function. In the second statement, it is passing a string value. As you can see, it is inside a double inverted comma. So this is passing as a string. So both is taking by this plus function, and both are valid. For the first case, it is printing 4. For the second case, it is printing 2 beside 2. That means it is a string. That is why it is happening like that. So you have seen that dynamic is a special type of data type. You can use it anywhere in Kotlin, and you can pass any value to dynamic, and it will not give you any kind of error. The compiler will detect it automatically that what type of value the dynamic is holding right now. the dynamics variable. So you can also use it in your any Kotlin coding, but it is also something that is not generally used. It is not generally used. Generally, I have shown you that generally all the generic functions are actually used. And if you don't know what is a generic function, then please repeat this video from the beginning. Then you will understand what is a generic function. Now let's come to the second part, that is JN function. Here they have shown you that you can inline a JavaScript code into your Kotlin code using this JS syntax. This JS syntax, using this JS syntax, you can use a JavaScript line. This is a JavaScript. This is a JavaScript coding. You can see this alert. Actually, the functionality of this function, of this alert function in JavaScript, is that it will give you a pop-up on your screen, maybe on your computer screen or on your mobile screen. Actually, JavaScript is made for browsers because it is for web development. So this will give you a pop-up on your browser. It will give you a pop-up as alert from Kotlin. And this is a JavaScript language, so you should learn you should uh, compile it uh, in a browser, but you can also compile it inside Kotlin compiler by using this JS function. You can also pass a JavaScript alert like this from a Kotlin function to a JavaScript API. In this example, you can see that a JSON object has been created and it is holding two values, and it is getting passed inside this JSON.stringify. This is actually a JavaScript API. Okay, it is getting passed to it. So this is something you can also do. But all these things are actually not something for Kotlin coding. I have explained you everything that is comes under Kotlin coding. This part is not meant for Kotlin coding. This part is actually meant if you want to implement JavaScript in your Kotlin. In that case, you will need to learn this part. So I will not explain all these functions in detail because this is not something of Kotlin coding. There is also they have shown something. External keyword allow you to declare existing JavaScript API in a data type separate. You can use this alert function. I will not explain much. Okay, here they have shown you that how you can use HTML5 inside your JavaScript. I already have told you that all this part is meant for web development, and HTML5, as you know, it is a web development language. HTML is a hypertext markup language. The web pages are actually built with HTML. So this is everything about web development. This is not about coding. So I will not explain you these things right now. But if you need to learn these things, you can come here anytime with this link. And I have already shown you in the previous video how you can open this link. So you can here it is trying to tell you that you can use HTML5 inside your Kotlin. Now here it is telling you that you can use HTML builder inside your Kotlin also. I will not explain these things. You already know what is the reason behind this. So I think this is all about Kotlin. If you want to practice it, you can come to this playground. I already have shown you that Kotlin have a online compiler or an online IDE. You do not need to install an IDE on your computer. Otherwise, if you are very serious about it, then you can install Kotlin IDE by using Intellij IDE. This is Intellij IDE, or you can also use this Eclipse IDE. In Eclipse IDE, I already have shown you that how you can install Kotlin from this Eclipse marketplace, but that was not working in my case. it was giving some kind of error. That's why I cannot finish the installation of Kotlin in the Eclipse. So I have installed. I also have shown you how you can install this Intellij. You can also use it. So that's all about Kotlin. Thank you so much. Please look for the next video. Have a nice day. Goodbye.